Hello, I am Stephanie, and I'm the host of Intelligent Luxury. Hello, I'm the host of Intelligent Luxury. So I show my loose leaf paper with my with what we're going to probably talk about today. Maybe if we don't talk about it, we'll talk about it another day. So I'm taping live. This is entertainment, so anything I say, please ask an expert or someone in the specific industry that I am talking about today, or the industries that I will talk about today. You can ask us, an expert or a professional. My name is Stephanie. I'm Stephanie, and Mr. Bruce Sherman is the owner of the Miami Marlins. And Mr. Sherman, he attended Baruch College, a public college in the city of New York, a Cooney school. So my website is intelligentluxurymagazine.com, and you can visit that website. Today, last night I watched the episode 7 and maybe 8, a few minutes or a part of episode 8 and of The Last Dance on ESPN. So, we are fans of Michael Jordan, and we've seen him play, meaning myself. So it's interesting that we saw him play. So we wanted to watch The Last Dance. So it's really good to watch Mr. Michael Jordan, Mr. Scottie Pippen, Mr. John Sally, who is a Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witness, and I think I'm a Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, I attend different church. I practice different types of religions, like Baptist, and sometimes Mormon, and sometimes Catholic, and other Pentecostal. I think everyone is not what I was going to say. So please visit Baruch's website, baruch.cooney.edu. And Mr. Sherman graduated from that school, and he majored. Maybe I'll talk about what he majored. I don't know what he majored in at the time. So that looks like a great school. It's a Cooney school. It's a City University of New York school, and that's Baruch. So if you Google Baruch College, you can go to the website baruch.cooney.edu, and they have the Zicklin School of Business. So hashtag Zicklin together. I probably will talk about his major, maybe if I can speak with him about his majors. And he went to 2 different colleges, one for an undergraduate degree and one for a graduate degree. So it's so great. They have full-time MBA and evening MBA programs at Baruch College, and there may be a webinar maybe tomorrow about that school. So if you look at the MBA programs, we will talk about it if we have time. So thank you, Mr. Sherman, and Michael Jordan and Derek Jeter own part of the Miami Marlins too. And let's talk about, I love watching PBS. So today I'm wearing a Mandy shirt with a bra, but you can see the print of the bra. So I always like to change my fashion, and sometimes I just wear different types of fashion. Like when we wear sheer shirts with tops. And then I have my Mandy's leggings with my Sperry's. So this is what I'm wearing today. And I need to shop for dresses. I don't have enough dresses for this season. It's a little warm today. Or too cold. I have sleeveless dresses. And so my mom, but it's alright. It's alright. This is a great outfit to wear. You can wear this anywhere. So now, did you all watch American History TV this weekend and Book TV? I didn't watch it, but maybe I'll watch it on video on demand of shows that I want to watch. So let's see what was on American History TV. I really like watching these shows. And they have great shows on American History TV. Today, they have different shows about the military. However, I wondered if I could find out. It's great that we can like go outside on the weekend or even during the week and watch things on video on demand. This weekend was a lot about the Army. It's interesting and they have high school advanced placement U.S. history exam live. That's interesting. Remember taking those tests? I remember taking those tests on U.S. history, world history, etc. Just maybe, I remember taking tests in history. They even had a history bookshelf, David King, the trial of Adolf Hitler. So that's a little interesting. But it's interesting to see the apparel and accessories of the U.S. military and designing uniforms, or manufacturing and designing uniforms from the U.S. military. It's something that many people should be able to start a business in producing uniforms. And then History Bookshelf, there's a book by Mr. Chernow about Grant. I didn't see this. About the life of Ulysses S. Grant. Oh, you can watch it online. Oh, this is interesting. He was at the National Book Festival in 2018. I like when they show book festivals because I plan literary events and book fairs. So this is really great. I'm still amazed by the Grant Tomb. That's like in Harlem. And the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce is a really great chamber of commerce. But it's so great. The Grant Tomb is is a federal park. It's so interesting. As I worked at a library, that I love to read about different parks and travel to parks. So it's so great to just continue to smile while you're at a park. So prayerfully it will open soon, the park, the General Grant National Memorial. I've never actually been to the memorial. However, they do sometimes have events at the memorial for Ulysses S. Grant. So I wonder, I think he has a presidential library, and I want to visit all of the presidential libraries. And he was a man, and what I'm really interested in is that he's kind of like in Harlem. The Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce has events, usually at Grant's tomb, during the Harlem Week or Harlem Month. But he was like born in 1822, and he died in 1885. And I like reading about presidents. So you can travel to the whitehouse.gov to read more about the presidents. And he led the Union armies to victory over the Confederacy during the Civil War in America. And then he was elected to the presidency in America. So apparently he was born in Ohio, according to the whitehouse.gov, and he was born in 1822, and he went to West Point. Hello everyone at West Point. And it's so interesting that, you know, the West Point is a military base. So hello to all the nice people at West Point. Only I've traveled to West Point when I was in school, and they gave us a tour. So thank you all the men and women who gave us a tour of West Point. It's so exciting to look at West Point. It has great, it's a beautiful, beautiful place, the forts. So let's go back to, you can read more about Ulysses Grant and why he's probably in Harlem. He's part of the Union armies, led the Union armies victory over the Confederacy, and a lot of African Americans, live in Harlem. So it's a great place to live. I believe everyone I've met said it's a great place to live, and also it's a great place to open up a business. So Mr. Chernow is the author of Grant, and I'll probably watch that at another time because that looks interesting. I wonder what his book discusses, and it's also great to read about the president and their wives and everything like that. So tomorrow at 11 a.m. there's a webinar about Zicklin's full-time MBA and evening MBA programs. And they have majors and minors they have an MBA program and at Baruch College Zicklin School of Business. And I would love to talk to Mr. Sherman about Mr. Sherman about his school. So prayerfully we'll be able to talk about that. We pray to be able to talk to him. Did y'all watch Book TV? I did not, but we can sometimes watch. We can apparently watch these on the internet. I usually watch or I tape it. So it's great to tape book TV shows on demand, on your cable. Isn't it great to have a cable company and to record? And it's so great. They had different shows. Let's see what shows they had to show us. The History of Pandemics by author Ms. Avana and the Library of Congress curator Mr. Hessler. That is interesting. It would be nice to visit the Library of Congress because I've never visited that library. Yeah, I worked at a library. There are different books about just different subjects. So, and then an author writes about presidential elections. I really, this is interesting. Afterwards, by Miss Tara Westover about educated growing up with survivalist parents. It's really interesting how people survive without um, without specific products and services. So this was in the New York Times. This book, Educated, and I would like to watch that show. So maybe I'll watch that show. Part of it, maybe, but it's really interesting. And now, sometimes I play music, sometimes I don't. I just like listening to different types of music from different nations or countries in the world. And I like creating crafts. So in other episodes, I showed you that I like to use like old clothes or fabric to make my own products. So I have denim, and prayerfully I'll be able to make a purse, a denim purse. I know that my mother has someone that she worked with, and I told her, but I just have to have like, I'm just waiting for it to be safe. So one day when I have like someone actually make it to make sure that it doesn't rip or hurt people, I will make the denim purse for her. So I told her one day. So thank you, Bloomingdale's, for letting me promote Bloomingdale's. So let's see what's going on with Bloomingdale's. And y'all can see on cspan.org which what they showed this weekend or other weekends. You can click on a calendar, and it's so interesting. They have different books about different subjects or topics, like capital and ideology. It's really interesting that. And then New York Magazine writer Mr. Mo Alum is talking about history, and they have a prize. So they have different things. So this is great. They also have a book, about entrepreneurship that they discussed on. That's going to be shown on Book TV. And they have this is Race Matters by Cornel West. If you go to cspan.org and click on Book TV, on May 9th, they discussed his book, and isn't it great, Cornel West? I think one day we'll play Cornel West and we'll talk about his album, which I listened to, and it's at a library. Maybe I won't play music because today, maybe tomorrow. So then Microsoft Office Suite. Don't y'all love using Microsoft Office Suite or Adobe Creative Suite or watching CNBC? And you can watch CNBC on your mobile device. So that's fun. And we like to watch Squawk, all the Squawk shows. But we like to watch Squawk Alley or Squawk on the Street. And then I also like watching the different shows that they show about business and how people start their business. Alex Rodriguez had a show on CNBC, and you can probably watch it on CNBC TV. So you can go to live TV, audio, or video. And then maybe there's a closed caption for people to be able to read and watch as they would. Is it hard enough button? I know I like the closed caption on my cable television, my regular television. This is so funny that, isn't it great that we can watch television wherever we are in the nation or on earth or in any nation?
My prescriptions used to be really expensive, but then I went to goodrx.com.
It just works. You put in the drug you're looking for, and bang.
So this is great. I like watching these guys that are on Squawk Box. So y'all can watch CNBC while you're watching me. And you go use the closed captions. Sometimes I use closed captions. And let's talk about Bloomingdale's. So I like to use the internet. So we're going to prayerfully watch book TV a little later. But Bloomingdale's.com tells you of how to order apparel and accessories online. And they have apparel and accessories for women. And I need dresses. That are short and long sleeves, and long dresses. I like wearing long dresses in the summer. And we love long dresses. So we love long dresses with large A-line skirts, and also just soft, just kind of a print for summer, or non-print, but maybe with an empire waist or a drop waist, or just a regular waist. And definitely we love lingerie, hosiery, and shapewear. Lingerie and hosiery and denim. It'd be great to wear denim shorts, and you can order that from Bloomingdale's.com. It's great to wear denim cropped straight jeans, like cropped jeans, or what we call, I would say, pedal pushers or capris shorts, or knee-length denim shorts. Those are great to wear. And then also I like to wear the shorter shorts, because we have to be cool, but not too short, maybe about to the thigh, to maybe one half of the thigh, a little more than one half of the thigh. So it's good to wear those simple shorts. Thank you, Bloomingdale's. If you travel to Bloomingdale's.com. Also, let's talk about Michael Kors. I actually promote Michael Kors. That's what I'm promoting. However, isn't it great to wear Michael Kors this summer to different events? Like any type of party, like weddings. It's great to wear dresses to weddings, so just not white or not the bridesmaids' colors. So I always wrote about that at Engaged in One-on-One magazine, or wedding dresses. There was a wedding dresses magazine, and I wrote for their website about couture wedding dresses. So it's so great. I love dresses, like my mother loves dresses, and we love wearing dresses. Sometimes I like to just wear what I think is nice. And it's about art, so it's everything. Sometimes we have to be different, and I like wearing different things. And covering your breasts is no problem. You have bras, and then you have stickers for your breasts. Sometimes people see the stickers and don't like the stickers. Just keep smiling. Just smile about it. It's alright. Just have to test things. You have to use things. You have to use things and try them. And then sometimes it's too late to remove them. Isn't that great? So Michael Kors has great dresses for you to wear to weddings. and then also to wear to the work, to a meeting, or just shopping. So thank you, Michael Kors. And then you have Michael Kors, which is another collection at different stores. And then we have our handbags. Oh, why, Stephanie? I love Fashion Week. I've never traveled to a Michael Kors fashion show during Fashion Week, but I have been to a Baby Fat fashion show. Remember, Baby Fat is a luxury apparel. It's about urban apparel. It's about urban, but it's a lot of African American culture, Asian culture in the apparel's I want to say, to me, the apparel represents like African American, Asian style. So it's very great, and I always have I don't know if I still have them, my Baby Fat. I don't think I still have them, but I have Baby Fat denim and shirts. So the shirts, really great shirts. I love wearing good clothes, and showing whatever I need to show. Sometimes I purchase something and I gain nothing but love. Oh, these bags are beautiful. So sometimes it's great to have a book bag if you're a student. So that's great that Michael Kors makes a book bag. So you can have a book bag, a purse, and carry your other thing. So you have the Nouveau Hamilton, a large purple leather satchel. So maybe I'll make a satchel because there's a lot of someone made me a leather bag. I don't know who, but some man, my mom's friend made me a leather bag. But I was like, oh, wouldn't it be great to make a leather bag? And I may make that. So, and Michael Kors designs bags, but I like designing the bag in a denim because someone made a denim purse that was really, really nice, but it was made like it had some type of leather in between the denim, and I thought that was interesting because it made it like really interesting, and then it had like a denim strap. So after I saw that bag in a store, then I cut a pair of my jeans, my denim jeans, and then I made a bag that looked like denim. So prayerfully I'll be able to make a denim bag with someone or have it made. So when you make your apparels and accessories, you have to maybe have them inspected, or you have to make sure that the bag is safe to use, that it won't break or hurt an adult or a child. So these are things I guess you would learn at FIT. I believe Michael Kors attended FIT or maybe attended Parsons School of Design. Both really interesting schools. And there's also a school at LIM, and I went to an event at each school to learn more about fashion design. Sorry, you people. So watching later. And so Michael Kors is really interesting, and he has smartwatches. So I used to promote his watches on my old website, which was called Blashinista, Black Latino Asian, and now it's Michael Kors. So I'm just changing, and prayerfully I'll be able to copy and paste different things. So I use a program and I had to stop using it. My uncle told me to stop using it because they promoted some things that I didn't want people to think that promoted, but I don't think they promote those things anymore. So we'll be using that service. So I also work for like Macy's and Bloomingdale's. Just telling you all that, anything that I say might be used to promote a product. However, just always try to background check before you, if it's a small company or even if it's a large company, try to background check with the police if you are going to go on an interview, if you're going to go to any place alone with someone is false. Just, think about things with anyone. So this is great. I like watching Michael Kors on different shows. So it's really, Anna Wintour's a show. I haven't watched that yet. And did I order the channel? I may have the channel, but I just haven't watched her reality show about the fashion industry. That's what I like to watch. like fashion industry shows. And thank you, my course. So it's always about looking great, but always stay on budget. So I'm all about budget, being on time. If something rips, you just may have to go with it. If something doesn't fit, if even if you can't really maybe iron your clothes, you still have to be on time. So it's all right. People understand. They might say something, and then something else. But I want people to know that it's all right. You will be able to be on time as long as you continue to be nice to people and work and be nice to your bosses. Sometimes they might yell at you, and they're nice people, but they don't want anyone to be living in poverty, living sadly, and also they just want to make sure that everyone has money. But try to find another job if it really is making you sad or angry. All right, people. That's my opinion. Remember that. Let's talk about the New York Times. So we read part of the New York Times this Sunday. And we read like a part of the book review. So I like it. They say it's a large issue. It's almost like a book. So it just takes time to read. And I wanted to just talk about some of the books that I want to read in this New York Times book review. This is really interesting now that I have a little more, now that I have my own company, I can read a little more, or not. However, they talk about, in the section by the book, about Ms. Jennifer Weiner, and she wrote a book about Big Summer. So this is a story, a book about summer. And she talks about, for young readers, Ellen Montgomery, who wrote Anne of Green Gables. That'll be something that I'll probably read. I want to read this summer because I read a lot of Laura Ingalls Wilder books, like Farmer Boy, Little House on the Prairie, Little House in the Town, Little House in the Big Woods, and then all of the other books in the series. I think I read all the books in the series. They're really interesting books, but also it's interesting that I probably want to like read or reread Laura Gable. So she talks about writers. The question that she wrote, I'm sorry, who wrote this? We interviewed her, or she just answered questions. Oh, this is great. So then she talks about the author Terry McMillan, who, thank you, Miss Terry McMillan. Maybe we'll have enough, we'll be able to have her talk at an event in the future if we earn more sponsorships, if it's our budget. But it's great that she even maybe we can have her somewhere at a library in an urban area where people can discuss with her books. And I remember her books like Mama and, let's say, what's the other book? I know the other book. She had several books. That's great. And Judy Blume. I read several of Judy Blume's books. So those are really good for teenagers if your parents allow you to read those types of books. So this is so interesting. Back to Baltimore is the title of this review, and Ann Tyler's new novel, Small Things Add Up. And it's the Redhead by the Side of the Road by Ann Tyler. So Ann Tyler's an interesting author, and it's the review tells you, about why this person wrote the book. The person that reviewed the book is Miss Bloom, and she's the author most recently of White Houses. So, I might need to read that. So I just kind of like circle it, and then I put it in a notebook, and then usually I try to recycle, but I think our recycle plant is like broken, or do I need like a new recycling bin? So anyway, I think we need seal. Recycling is good. Let's see. So you all read that, because I know we don't have a lot of time because we read Vanity Fair. And let's talk about reading happiness. A lot of us, the younger kids, they can probably read a little bit about unhappy books or unhappy topics, but us older people, let's try to read more. So he reviewed a children's Bible by Lydia Millette, and he's the author of several articles, Mr. D, called The Locals, 7 novels, excuse me. And this is really interesting. So I might read this book, because I always love my children's Bible studies book. I like reading that. The Kingdom Hall and other people and other religions have these great books, but it's great to read the Bible stories, the children's Bible stories. Those are great things to add to your articles if you have permission. Just remember to check the laws about that, because different types of Bibles are written or edited by different people, and also with the different types of the Quran. It's so great that I attended something university, that I took a theology course, and it's so interesting discussing theology with the professor and with students. So, and Their Children After Them by Nicholas Mathia. This novel, they say, is a French coming-of-age novel. Follows a person that grew up in a community about deindustrialization. I like to study and conduct research about deindustrialization and industrialization, because I think industrialization assists or improves people's lives through technology, through medical technology, through any transportation technology, literary technology. So isn't it great now that I remember when I was we can borrow books online. Sometimes Barnes and Nobles has free classics sometimes, or they did in the past. So sorry, but they're really inexpensive. The classics at Barnes and Noble, sometimes at Books A Million, and even other places. So it's really great. Let's talk about this. That was reviewed by Mr. Thomas Williams, and he's the author of Self-Portrait in Black and White, Unlearning Race. That's really interesting. I like reading books about race because that's interesting topic. So this is also interesting. It's about a Chinese American reimagining the story. And How Much of These Hills is Gold by C. Pam Zhang. So How Much of These Hills is Gold is Mr. Zhang, and the review is by Ms. Martha Southgate, The Taste of Salt. So we can read more about that. Maybe you all would want to read it too, about the Chinese. I like reading about the Chinese. A journalist offers a window into the daily life of a mother who is homeless. If you all want to read that. The title of the book is This Is All I Got, A New Mother's Search for Home by Lauren Sandler. Remember that I may have worked for the New York Times. I kind of still am. So promoting subscriptions online. So I'm kind of reading about this. And then this book, Little Family by Ishmael Bay. What's the name of his book? His book was at the library. It's so funny. So I'll probably read this. And it's about a family of adolescents growing up in adulthood. But we love books about Africa and the happy stories about development in Africa. It's so funny, when I went to Africa, I stayed with a wealthy family. So it'd be great to tell how to write about, if more Africans could write about how they became wealthy in Africa or in any nation. It would be great to help the poor people learn how to be wealthy, and then the Africans that have traveled to other nations to attend college or university. How are they helping the economies? How are they helping the nations of Africa? It would be great to learn how from Africans in Africa or Africans in any nation about how we can travel to Africa with them, because we may need to learn more about Africa, and that's why some university and other universities have campuses in Africa, like Ghana. So, so this is so great. This guy, Mr. Williams, wrote about reproduction. And he's talking about, well, he wrote Mr. Stephen Curse of The Nation. Actually, I know someone that worked at The Nation. And, I wonder if Mr. Curse knows him. Oh. And I met the owner of The Nation. So I think he's a really interesting Mr. So he's a good guy. And I like reading The Nation. It was at the library, and a lot of people are like, "You read The Nation?" And I was like, "It was at a library where I worked, and it's a great publication." So let me tell you about The Nation. It has great articles. It's so funny, the guy that worked at The Nation, I know his father. And I talked to his father. I pray his father. Why would his father be? I think his father would tell me to talk slowly and talk about, we like to talk about. But it's so interesting. I won't say his name unless he sends me a press release. But he's a good writer too. We worked, I think, I forgot. I think we worked together, me and the guy that worked in The Nation, on a newspaper in elementary school. And I totally forgot. So, anyway. Oh, Michael Jordan. Did y'all write about Michael Jordan? That would be interesting. See, Mom, I remember. I'm only doing this for my mother so I can purchase her gifts and sometimes travel and pay for it, even though. So, let's see. Michael Jordan. It's really interesting about The Nation and parents, and having step-parents means more presents during holidays, more places, more siblings, so it's really interesting. As long as we're all nice and peaceful, right? Oh, this is great. So they have a wine club. That's good. And then you can order apparel and accessories. This is great. This is a non-profit magazine, The Nation. And it's so funny that I used to shelve The Nation, but my hair oil didn't ruin it, so I'm going to have to pay for the books. It's alright, smile. Some people, I'm turning negatives into positives. That's Pitbull, right? So tonight, y'all, go on The Nation's website, maybe just subscribe online, or as you drink a little wine. Remember, you have to work if you have to work. So Michael Jordan is the anti-hero of our time? No, he's not. You know what? I like The Last Dance, but don't be upset, y'all. Someone writes it. They're kind of like, sometimes they write a positive article, but there's a little negativity in it. But you know what I think about The Last Dance? It's sad that the players get older and we can't watch them, because these are the players that we love watching. But it's really good that we have so many of the new players that discuss. So we'll talk about The Last Dance. Is that The Nation? So let's talk about being positive and writing positive articles, because us journalists don't want people sitting there and writing bad things about us, right? So let's try to improve. We're not perfect. Sometimes we get angry. Sometimes we yell. Like I would say, Mom, I need food. I will call her. I need food, Mom. So she's so nice to me. So she knows. So oh my God. So like the Wall Street Journal, I did not purchase the Friday, Saturday, Sunday edition this weekend. But you all can. It's a great newspaper. But remember, I used to read it a lot at a library, and now the libraries are closed. So I think they should open, because those of us that have a budget, and remember, everyone has a budget. It's great to read the newspaper, and there are libraries. A lot of libraries are clean, and you'll be able to read the newspaper. You know, the Wall Street Journal, if you travel to the wallstreetjournal.com, you can visit. Oh, graduation is a time for unlearning? Really? Unlearning what? So I'll read that. I want to know, what should I unlearn? But it's like Mr. Jerry Stiller, he died, and that was he was on Seinfeld, and he was on the King of Queens, and the producer of King of Queens. I interviewed him, and it was really nice. He let me interview him when I didn't have a lot of readers, and we discussed his humor, and I think watching the King of Queens before you go to bed makes you happy. And I always tell my mom that, like, watching the King of Queens or comedies like Seinfeld and the King of Queens before you go to bed, or even comedies just help you. So it's good. Oh, so y'all, Travels Are Life Arts section, Life and Arts section of the Wall Street Journal. You can read about books, and you can read about style. So during Fashion Week, they have great articles about style in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, and maybe in the Nation. I don't know. Really not in the Nation. Sometimes they do. But read that. I also like reading the Atlantic because Ta-Nehisi Coates. But remember, I worked in a library. So the Atlantic, the Nation, and even the other Republican publications like the National, what is it called? And we like the Barons or whatever. So let's talk about Free People. If y'all travel to freepeople.com, it's great. So I have to mend one of my Free People shirts. I have to buy thread that matches it. I think I have my little thread with it. And I said maybe that's just new. But they have great dresses on Free People. So this is a nice dress to wear every day. And also this one shoulder dress is great to wear every day or to an event. And then they have events for moving, sweating, and exercising, clothes and apparel. And then they have intimates, which I may need. When I travel, need intimates also, a nice cover for your pajamas if you need to leave your hotel room. Or, I'm sorry, if you're staying with other people in a hotel room, or if you're on vacation. So it's that time to buy swimsuits at Free People, and also anything else that you need at Free People. I wanted to play a song from the Book of Mormon, but you all can download that on any company, any good company. Just be careful where you download, try to background check. And there are virus software that shows you when a website might be a little dangerous or you shouldn't visit. So I'm a member of the NAACP, so let's talk about that. And maybe you can attend an NAACP meeting. Remember, I'm a member of the press. So, and I am no longer a secretary of any local branch. So I'm no longer a secretary of the legal branch, but I am a member of the press and White House correspondent. So that's why I wanted to talk about the NAACP, or maybe one day I'll meet the current president of the NAACP. I met several of the other presidents of the NAACP. On May 8th, the NAACP hosted a virtual press conference to address the recent developments in the murder cases of Mr. Ahmaud Arbery. And you all can maybe read about that. Maybe they'll have an audio link. Or not, maybe they have a turn, just wait, or maybe they'll have another, maybe not. So the NAACP launches the hashtag We Are Done Dying campaign. So we are done dying. We're here. Now is the time to start your own business. And that is what now is the time to write your own books, because we need more books about African Americans or people from the Black diaspora to write books for libraries, because a lot of people have read a lot of the books that many libraries have in their building. So like under the Schomburg Center in Harlem, which is part of the New York Public Library System, and other libraries like libraries in Newark, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Miami, and all these things. What's really great about the NAACP, when you attend the meetings, they have like focus areas about like education, federal advocacy, economic opportunity, health, and environmental and climate justice. So join the NAACP and join your local branch. And maybe if you work in a specific industry or own a company, you may not be able to promote, but you may be able to promote in a local newsletter or a local Freedom Fund dinner. Not brochure, but maybe have a brochure or a newsletter at the dinner, or a catalog or a dinner book or magazine, as I like to say. Or maybe an e-magazine that can be, which I call e-magazine. So thank you, NAACP. It's a great place to meet really nice people. So my mother and I like the NAACP. And I'm no longer, because I have to focus on improving and practicing my journalism skills. Because I am a journalist. So now, pardon me. But it's always good to promote. And you can pay for your membership online. And you can pay for your local membership online on NAACP.org. I think it's still there. And you just choose the local branch and you'll be able to pay online. A lot of the donations may not be tax deductible, but it's good to donate to NAACP because they do provide networking opportunities for professionals, as well as it helps you participate in organized events to help civil rights. So, for example, at my local branch, the Southern Poverty Law Center, man, it would be great to have a transcript of that speech, and I wrote notes. So that leads me to, if you are living in public housing or any type of apartment, maybe it's good to move to a condominium with a library so you can keep all of your things. And it also talks about now it's time to demolish certain buildings, save and rebuild with the buildings stone or wood or metal or glass or plastic, if they have plastic and built. I don't know. Oh, let's talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center. He had an interesting speech, but it's so amazing. I think while he spoke, it was interesting that he is a man, and he spoke at the President Barack Obama's inauguration, and it was just great meeting that man at an NAACP event. It was great, right, Mom? I don't know, my mom, man. But what he did at the Southern Law Center, it's like a law firm or a nonprofit law firm, or what they call a clinic of law or a law clinic, and it helps people prevent hate and teach tolerance, they say, and seek justice. So, however, you always have to remember, if you really weren't injured, try not to sue. You know, sometimes injury is sad. Sometimes it's injury, but then sometimes you were injured, but then you're not injured anymore. You know, but then you were still injured. You understand what I'm saying? So now, you know, it's interesting that, you know, I paid to visit the mall in San Juan in Puerto Rico with my mama. So it's really great that we have this. It's really great that, you know, my mom is someone who attended college, and it's really great that she's so smart. So there are colleges in Puerto Rico, but there is the Mall of San Juan. I've never been to the Mall of San Juan. Is there a Mall of San Juan? So it'd be really interesting what they have at the Mall of San Juan. And preferably I'll be able to have an event at the Mall of San Juan. But they have different stores at the Mall of San Juan. And they have Nordstrom. And it's great that Banana Republic, Carolina Herrera, CH Carolina Herrera, H&M, Jimmy Choo, Aloft, Lucky Brand, Pashminas in a Bag, Salvatore Ferragamo, Tory Burch, Urban Outfitters, Versace, and Azara. Remember to and we're going to talk briefly about the REITs, real estate investment trusts. So let's talk about the president. Today, we'll talk about the president. And what did I do with my notes about the president? Oh, arrow. The president and Vice President Trump, I wonder about talking about the kitchen, the White House kitchen. The Today Show always talks about the White House kitchen. I love when they talk about the White House kitchen and the chefs and the sous chefs and the people who work in the kitchen cooking food for the president and for dinners and events. It's really interesting what they serve at different state dinners. Right now, we need to listen to Mr. de Blasio, and I'll tell you what he says. I'll tell you what he's going to talk about today. It really is interesting that we have to watch the news and read the newspaper to know about epidemics, crime, and other great things like fashion. it's so great. You know, we have to continue to smile. But I remember that the NAACP told me that after you've learned a lot from someone, it's time to move on and learn from another person. My mom is really nice, and she's organized. It is really nice that, you know, sometimes you say things in anger. Everyone gets angry. You know how we say, oh, to our parents that they ruined our lives, but now is the time that they didn't. Usually it's like, oh, you didn't let me purchase something. You ruined my life. Ah. You know, it's interesting as you're an adult that you just kind of learn. Isn't it great that we learned, Ma, to be happier, even though we were already very, very happy? Mayor de Blasio of New York City will talk about that. I wonder, maybe I'll interview him at a later time about, probably way later, right, about the history of art in the hall, as well as where he lives in Gracie Mansion. And it's interesting. I was like, oh my God, I wanted to help someone. Maybe it's false or true, I don't know. But I was like, oh, a tour. I wanted a tour. Should I have a tour license? It's really interesting about lawsuits and tours. If you tour with family or friends in any city, do you need a license? So I need to study for the license, but the library needs to be open, because not all of us have space for all the literature that we need for studying. So, you know, it's really interesting as you grow about budget and not overspending. Because like right now, I want to buy like Grey's Anatomy and Anne of Green Gables is false. I wanted to buy Grey's Anatomy and Anne of Green Gables and Jane Austen and Shakespeare. But I don't have room for it right now. So I see people with their bookshelves, and I think I need more bookshelves. But it's all right. Even if you're in debt, it's great to that so many people will help you even in debt. So remember, the country's in debt, people, so relax. You know, you will get out of debt, or people will help you even if you are in debt. The country's in debt. Or perhaps you can balance the budget by printing more money from the mint. This is something that we always constantly debating. So we're waiting for Mayor de Blasio, but I'll continue to talk and pray that we can minimize. Usually we can just minimize and put it on the side. So I might need another laptop. Sometimes I use 2 laptops. So let's continue to talk about what we should talk about. Let's talk about the vice president. Today he's going to talk about the economy. So he's going to be at the White House today talking about the economy. The music, I was going to there's a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame at rockhall.com. You can learn more about whoever's at rockhall.com. A lot of people passed away in the music industry, so we'll pray for them, maybe. I'm just kidding. Maybe pray for them. I think the mayor's playing music, and I'm laughing. I wonder where the music was. Oh, Mayor de Blasio. I got to have me some of that New York City. Oh, sure. I got to have to. This is how I talk at home. This guy. Isn't it nice that we can Google if we don't know the name of the song? That's why I love learning about music. So right now I'm studying, I know it sounds bizarre, European American music. Even though I listen to but different European American music, like to me it's like classical, and even a little I don't want to say jazz. I'm studying jazz too. I think of jazz when I go to the song. If you need to go to New York City, there are different things that you can do. I'm sorry, I wanted to say the president is going to meet with the Secretary of State today, so it'll be interesting to know what they're going to discuss, and maybe they'll tell me. And then the president is really interested in this type of interesting notes. I think that maybe if we'll talk to him about this, about epidemics, and definitely about maintaining your home, because he's a real estate developer. But then also, is real estate development good if they preserve trees and not scary animals? So maybe we'll talk about that. And talking about having a mall in your residential building. Because that mall is pretty interesting, huh? So that's what I want to talk about with the president. So we're done with the president, and vice president will be at the White House to talk. And, Mike Pence, Mr. Mike Pence, he attended school, but we'll talk about that later. Did I write that down? I wrote it down. So, now, I had to read my email about that. Isn't this interesting? So then Vice President Mike Pence graduated from the IU Robert H. McKinney School of Law. So maybe I'll talk to him about that. And maybe the president, I'll talk to him why he doesn't go to law school. Or didn't go to law school. Or maybe he did. And didn't finish law school. So, yeah. Y'all can take a break by pausing the video after I tape it. No, y'all can take a break. Maybe this song I didn't plan on playing. Is it a free song? Maybe my father paid for it. I don't know. It's interesting learning that your father is a billionaire. I'm like, I don't think I can afford that. At the dollar store. But y'all, the dollar store, we're going to pray for it. Pray for y'all. We all need the dollar store at different times of our lives. And we all need Blooming Days too. It's great that you can purchase stock in the dollar store, maybe donate to a charity that the dollar stores run to help people purchase, especially even anything that you can purchase as an animal. Listen to what he says and make sure it's not.
Weeks ago, and remember this, so striking to think about this whole crisis we've been through together. Most of it has happened over the last 10 weeks or so. Feels like such a long period of time, but think back to March, where every day brought new shocking developments, things we had never seen before. A lot of times we were just fighting to keep going as we dealt with more and more challenges. Now, thank God, in recent days, we've had much better news. We're still not out of the woods, but much better news, much bigger progress. And now, as I talked about a few days ago, the whole idea is to get on the offensive against this disease, fight it back, marshal our forces to make sure that we get to the day where we rid New York City of this challenge once and for all. When I think about that sense of being on the offensive, being on the march, think about, first of all, what all of you have done, because that's the essence of why we've seen this amazing progress. I also think about the fact that as we fight back this disease, we're going to fight back the many, many challenges it has laid bare, most especially the disparities we see in communities around this city, the healthcare disparities in particular. that have been so striking and painful in this crisis. We were all doing everything we could in the first weeks just to make sure that we could save as many lives as possible. Now we're going to not only save lives, we're going to fight these disparities in so many ways going forward. So we talked about what it took to save lives, to protect people, particularly in the areas hardest hit. Our public healthcare system, our public hospitals and clinics, were really the core of that, particularly in the first weeks of this crisis. That's where so many people turned for help, and they did an extraordinary job. To all the folks who work at H&H, all the folks who work in our public hospitals and clinics, they were absolutely outstanding during this crisis. And that was, in many ways, the first place we had to focus. Now we are focusing more and more on all the other ways we can reach communities that have been hit the hardest and need the most help. And one of the most important elements of that is supporting community-based healthcare providers. Now, community clinics, think about what they mean to so many people. They're the place that people turn for healthcare who don't have other options. They're a place for a lot of folks who don't have a lot of resources, aren't sure where else to turn, don't have a long-term relationship with a private doctor. The community clinics are the place they can depend on. Literally, the community clinics know the people of their neighborhoods. They speak the language of the people in their neighborhoods. They do amazing work. And they've had to do a lot during this crisis, but with many, many challenges that have been a real hindrance to the good work they do in normal times. Remember, these are smaller community-based practices. So their financial situation has really been put through so much. There's been a lot of strain during this crisis. It's been hard to keep the personnel they needed as they've dealt with so many new challenges. They have always a need for more technology to deal with an ever-growing demand. Our job now is to fortify these community-based healthcare providers, because as we go on the offensive, as we go right at these disparities with the goal of helping more and more New Yorkers through this crisis and beyond, these clinics become a crucial part of the solution. So I talked to you a few weeks ago about a 4-point plan to address disparities right after we showed that the facts bore out how deeply the disparities played out in this crisis. We said there's a number of things we're going to do differently in this city. I laid out 4 different parts. I want to dwell on the third part of it today, which is the grassroots reach of these community-based healthcare providers. So we're going to be working with over 1,000 community-based providers in 26 of the hardest hit neighborhoods in this city. What are we going to do? Well, first of all, a lot of them need the personal protective equipment, so we're going to make sure it's there for them. Some of them literally couldn't do their work, even couldn't keep their clinics open for the lack of it. We're going to get them the PPEs they need for the work in the clinics, for the ability to go out into communities. This is crucial to protecting the good folks who work in these clinics, but also allowing them to do their work and reach more people. We will be distributing 120,000 surgical masks per week, 115,000 pairs of gloves per week to begin, and we'll keep building from there to make sure these clinics have what they need. Of course, like so many other parts of our healthcare system, these clinics were often shorthanded during this crisis. They had to deal with those that they lost who were sick, and they had to deal with the fact that they had immense financial strain and couldn't afford to keep people on their payroll. We are now addressing that head on with members of our medical reserve corps, doctors, nurses, other healthcare professionals. We're going to add hundreds of these professionals, these clinicians, to the clinics in the coming weeks and provide them with the personnel resources and cover the costs so that they can get back up and running as fully as possible. Telemedicine, we've talked about this before. This is a crucial piece of the equation. When it comes to the clinics, telemedicine is also important, not just what we're trying to do with our public hospitals and clinics, health and hospitals, not just what we're trying to do with phone a clinician. We talked about that a few days ago, but the telemedicine that can be done with a community-based clinic. They know their patients, they know the people they have long-term relationships with, but they're not historically using telemedicine as a crucial tool. We're going to help them now do that more and more. And the wellness checks are a big part of it, reaching out regularly to the patients from the clinic to just check in on them, see if they need anything, constantly proactively communicating. So last month and continuing this month, Department of Health is running weekly telemedicine webinars to help these community-based clinics get used to how to maximize their use of telemedicine. And our goal is to train 150 of these clinics to be particularly proficient in telemedicine, to help them make it a very common part of what they do, and then we'll expand from there. We also want to see these clinics play a crucial role in our test and trace initiative. This testing and tracing is the thing that you're going to see grow and grow in the coming weeks. It's absolutely crucial to how we move past this phase of this disease and move forward. These community-based clinics can play a crucial role. We're surveying all of them this week. By next week, we're going to know what each one can contribute to the test and trace effort, and we're going to bring them into it deeply. And then one more point on federal aid. A lot of these community-based clinics are crucial not just to fighting this disease, but to the future of the neighborhoods they serve and keeping them healthy against so many other healthcare challenges as well. But they're going to need resources to keep going. There are literally billions of dollars available from the federal government through initiatives like the Paycheck Protection Program. These clinics qualify, but we have to make sure they get their fair share. Our Small Business Services Department is going to reach out to each of them and help them in the application process to maximize the federal aid going to them. Now, the focus will be on the places hardest hit by the coronavirus in this city. So we're going to be focused on neighborhoods all over the 5 boroughs. In Brooklyn, those neighborhoods will be Flatbush and East Flatbush, Brownsville, Brighton Beach, Flatlands, and Canarsie, East New York and Starrett City, Sunset Park, Bushwick, and Bed-Stuy. In the Bronx, Crotona and Tremont, Highbridge, Mott Haven, and Morrisania, Bronx Park, Van Cortlandt Park, and Fordham, Northeast Bronx, Pelham and Throgs Neck, Kingsbridge and Riverdale, Soundview, and Longwood and Hunts Point. In Manhattan, Morningside Heights, Inwood, Washington Heights, and Hamilton Heights, East and Central Harlem, and the Lower East Side and Chinatown. In Queens, Corona, East, Elmhurst, and Elmhurst, Briarwood, Jamaica, Rockaway and Far Rockaway, and Queensbridge. And in Staten Island, Stapleton and St. George, and Willowbrook. So, goal will be to right now maximize the use of these community-based facilities, the providers, the clinics that have such a big impact on their communities. Help them right now to be in the forefront of our efforts to fight back the coronavirus. Get them right now more deeply into things like telemedicine and the test and trace initiative, and leave them in stronger shape for the future as well. Serving the communities that have been hardest hit during this crisis, the low-income communities, the immigrant communities, the communities of color that have really taken it on the chin during this crisis. We want to strengthen these community-based providers now and for the future. Now, we think about our neighborhoods, we think about what it's going to take for our neighborhoods to come back. And we are a city of neighborhoods, so thinking from the grassroots up is the right way to do things. When we think about our neighborhoods and what makes our neighborhoods strong, we think about small business. We think about small business in every way. Part of what makes our lives so good in this city is the small businesses that we depend on, that are part of the character and identity and the culture of our neighborhoods. Of course, they're also huge employers. When you add up all the small businesses of New York City, the mom and pop stores, all the kinds of small businesses, it's where so many New Yorkers get their livelihood, and small business has gone through so much during this crisis. Small business makes New York, New York. You really think about so much of what we emotionally identify with, so much about what we care about our city, it comes back to our small businesses. So we're going to have to do a lot to help them back. Many are going to struggle coming back. We've got to save as many as possible, help as many as possible on the road back. On Friday, I had a call with a group of small business owners. In this case, smaller bars and restaurants. They're a group called the New York Hospitality Coalition. And they wanted to help me understand what they were going through and what they needed to come back. And what was so clear on this call was these are folks, like every small business owner, they put their heart and soul into building up their business. It was something that was really a part of their identity. It was they put themselves into it. They would do anything to keep their small business going. And they had a deep sense of being there for the people who are their customers, who are the people in their neighborhood that depend on that small business. They, each and every one of them, wanted to come back, not just because it was their livelihood and what they had created, not just because they cared about the people who worked at their small business, but because they knew their neighborhoods depended on them. So, hearing their voices, and I'm going to be talking to many, many other people in the small business community going forward, reminds me of everything we're going to have to do. At the beginning of this crisis, we did what the city could do with a $50 million loan and grant program. Obviously, a huge, huge federal program, hundreds of billions of dollars has come into play since then, although there are many challenges with small businesses accessing it, and we're still fighting to help them get that done. But we are going to need much more to help small business going forward. And we're going to have to find new sources of support for small business. To say the least, this is not going to be business as usual. We are going to have to find ways to help small business that are different than anything we've ever done in the history of New York City. We've got to maximize, of course, the federal aid to small business and state aid to small business. But we're going to have to do some things differently to find a whole new type of support for small businesses to help them back on their feet, help them stay on their feet going forward. So I have two personnel announcements today that are related to the new approach we're going to take to small business in this unprecedented time. First of all, I am creating a new position as Senior Advisor for Small Business related to the COVID-19 crisis. And I'm naming to this position Greg Bishop. Greg has served as our Commissioner of Small Business Services since 2015. He's done a great job, and he has been the voice of small business owners all throughout the city government. I've talked to so many small business owners who appreciate deeply what Greg does. He understands the small businesses of this city. He's going to bring that expertise to bear to help us develop a whole new approach to bringing resources and support to those small businesses. He'll work closely with our public-private partnership czar, Peter Hatch, who's been doing a fantastic job bringing in philanthropic support and support from the business community locally, nationally, internationally for New York City. Now we need a lot of that support to be focused on how to uplift small business, provide resources for small businesses to get back on their feet, and the ability for small businesses to have new customers, new revenue to keep them going in this new reality. I'll charge Greg with finding whole new sources of capital for small business. I know from having spoken with people in the philanthropic world that they understand that unless New York City small businesses come back, our neighborhoods can't come back the way we need them to. I think there's going to be a tremendous sense of generosity from the world of philanthropic organizations, many of whom have a deep focus on New York City already. Greg is going to be charged with tapping into that desire to help and building a whole new initiative to bring in those resources, but also to deepen the connection between larger businesses and small business. When I had a call last week as well with the heads of some of the largest businesses in New York City, and to their credit, they said they understood small business was hurting a lot more than larger business, and small business would be crucial to any restart and recovery. And they were already asking themselves, what could larger businesses do to patronize smaller businesses, to work with them, to provide them capital, to do things that larger businesses hadn't done so much before systematically with small business, but needed to do now for the good of New York City. It was a very heartening conversation Greg Bishop is who I'm going to turn to take that idea and make it a reality and really catalyze that instinct we're seeing in the larger business community and bring it to bear to help small business. Now, and given the important work that's happening, the everyday work of small business services, we needed a new leader to come in to be the commissioner following Greg to pick up the work that he's done and deepen it in the next 20 months ahead in this administration. Because small business services every day is solving problems for small businesses, figuring out new ways to help small businesses. Even in normal times, that reality is going to be more and more complex now. But our Department of Small Business Services has proven itself time and again. It's going to take on more and more responsibility going forward. To fill the role of commissioner, I've chosen Janelle Doris. Janelle has done an outstanding job as our director for the Office of Minority and Women-Owned Business Enterprises. He's led a really systematic, energetic effort to expand MWBE contracts coming from the city. $14.6 billion awarded since 2015, $1 billion ahead of pace for our 2020 goal. A lot of that has been because of Janelle's energetic leadership. So as the new Commissioner for Small Business Services, I'm going to ask him to look at every way that that agency can help small businesses in this recovery. All the ways that we have to simplify what small businesses go through in their dealings with city government. Here's a moment of crisis, but it's also a moment to rethink what we do with and for small business and how we can lighten the burden on small business. Janelle's someone who's proven himself to be an innovator. I'm going to ask him to look at the situation from scratch and figure out how SBS, in its own work, but also as a leader for the small business community in the whole city government, can get all city agencies engaged in the work of helping our small businesses back. Look, we know small businesses of every kind are hurting. I've heard particularly concern from immigrant communities and from communities of color about whether their small businesses will be able to come back in this environment. In many cases, small businesses that had the most tenuous financial situation even before the coronavirus. We've got to help each and every small business come back. I know it'll be a huge challenge, but I want small businesses all over the city to know the city government is here for them, and we're going to find new resources and new ways to help, and that we can weather the storm together. So with Greg's leadership, with Janelle's leadership, I'm confident we'll be able to do a host of new things to help small businesses to get through and then become strong again as we move back to normal. Now, we've talked about some of the challenges have been so profound in this crisis. We've talked about what some of the hardest hit communities have gone through. We've talked about what our small businesses have gone through. Clearly, when you think about who's challenged every day in New York City, our hearts always go to homeless New Yorkers. And in this city, we feel a lot for the fact that some people ended up living on the street. Something happened in their life that led them to that point. Our job is to help them back and to create a better reality for homeless people. So I have two updates today. And the first relates to our shelters. We've been trying to make sure, as we deal with the coronavirus, that we're constantly evaluating our shelter system and moving people as needed to make sure everyone is safe and healthy. I told you we were going to have a goal of moving 1,000 people per week out of shelters into hotel settings to keep opening up the shelters, to keep making sure we could do proper social distancing. We met that goal last week. We will be meeting it again this week. There's now over 8,000 single adults in hotel rooms. And we'll keep doing that as needed in the weeks ahead, and particularly as we build up our widespread test and trace initiative, which is going to help everyone, in that initiative will also be focused on our homeless shelters. Now, the second update I want to give, and this is something we've been talking about over the last few days, is what's happening with homeless folks who have been in the subways. And I keep telling you something historic is happening, and day after day, the facts bear it out. The new initiative that we put together with the MTA and the state 6 days now, and 6 days that have been entirely consistent. Something really groundbreaking is happening here, something very different and very powerful. Last night, when the subway shut down for cleaning, our homeless outreach workers and specially trained members of the NYPD were out there to help homeless New Yorkers, to offer them a chance to come in and get support. 261 homeless individuals were engaged. 139 of them accepted help. 116 went to shelter, 23 went to hospitals. Again, numbers we've never seen ever in the history of the city. Such an extraordinary number of people agreeing to take help, agreeing to take the first step towards a very different life. It's early, to say the least, just 6 days, but they've been very, very consistent. And when I look at the sheer number of people whose lives now could be changed, it really gives me hope that we're going to be able to get a number of homeless people once and for all off the streets into a better life. So another good day for this new initiative. Now let me turn to something that's an everyday thing in this city, something we all think about, or many at least think about, and always want clear answers on, and this alternate side parking, part of everyday life for so many New Yorkers. So alternate side parking, we've been suspending it quite a bit, obviously given everything people are going through and wanting to make it easier for people to stay home. We said throughout, we got to keep an eye on how our neighborhoods are looking. Are they clean? We want to keep them sanitary. We want to make sure that while we're trying to give every consideration to people, we also have to keep an eye on cleanliness, very important to the overall health and well-being of the city. So we've suspended alternate side many, many times in the last 10 weeks, but now we do see a number of areas in the city where some litter is starting to add up, and we're concerned. So we're going to do something a little different this coming week, and then that will help us reset for the future. So alternate side will continue to be suspended this week through Sunday, through May 17th. And by the way, this suspension now that's happened over recent weeks is actually one of the longest in the history of New York City. So this suspension has helped people, made lives a little easier, helped people stay inside. We'll keep it going through Sunday, May 17th. Starting on Monday, May 18th, we're going to do a clean sweep all over the city, a catch-up, to make sure neighborhoods are clean. So alternate side parking will resume on Monday, May 18th, and go through the end of that week. So you have 1 week, the week of Monday, May 18th, alternate side parking will resume just for that week. We will then suspend for the following 2 weeks. So it'll be suspended again through Sunday, June 7th. So the goal here is if we do that 1 week cleanup, hopefully that will last us a substantial period of time. But again, we have to see how it goes. We have to see what we can achieve, make sure neighborhoods are clean. So again, everyone, this week, no alternate side. Next week, back on for 1 week only, then suspended again for 2 weeks after that. Okay, I want to talk about an incident that happened last night. And this is something that we've seen in the context of this whole painful crisis. Remember, there were too many times, way too many times, over the last 10 weeks when I've had to talk to you about incidents of bias directed at Asian Americans in the context of the coronavirus crisis. We don't accept bias in New York City. We don't accept hate in any form. Any act of bias, any hate crime, we pursue it. We make sure there are consequences for the perpetrator. That's something that people have seen time and time again in this city, that we take it seriously. All of us take it seriously. We take it seriously here in the city government. The NYPD takes it seriously. So we saw those horrible incidents directed at Asian communities. And now last night, a different incident in South Williamsburg. 2 perpetrators, 1 male, 1 female, ripped masks off members of the Jewish community who were walking down the street. This is obviously absolutely unacceptable in every way. It's something that expresses hate, but it also creates danger. And that's unacceptable, and we're not going to allow it here in this city. The two perpetrators have been arrested by the NYPD, and we are treating this incident as a hate crime. So there are serious consequences when someone commits one of these acts. So look, whether it is this horrible anti-Semitic act that we saw or the horrible anti-Asian acts we saw in previous weeks, none of these acts of bias and discrimination are acceptable in New York City. And the fact that the perpetrators were arrested immediately is a reminder to everyone out there. We will not tolerate hate. We will act on it quickly. Anyone who engages in an act of hate will be suffering the consequences of their action. Okay, every day we come back to our daily indicators. And this is what we look at every single day to see how we're doing in the city and where we're going. Today, I have good news, and this is really wonderful to report to you because it gets back to what you've been doing. Every time I get to give you good news, it's just a reflection of all.
Like the mayor said, this is really interesting that we it's like the mayor's like I think it's interesting about studying healthcare industry and to study the healthcare industry and to study the amazing progress he said about how the healthcare industry and the staff of the healthcare industry has helped control the spread of epidemics. So to study epidemiology, pardon me if I mispronounced it, or the study of epidemics is really interesting because we want to prevent epidemics, because we want people to live. We want people to live. And I think that's what he's talking about, tracking the progress, tracking 3 indicators, and tracking the indicators of progress, and he talks about 3 of them. So then he has people admitted to hospitals, people currently in hospitals or intense ICUs, so it's really interesting. Pardon me, there's no caption, it's false. I didn't want to say that. So let's talk about, you talked about public hospitals and clinics. Let's talk about men and women who have graduated from medical school, starting their own public hospital. And you just probably need to register with your local, state, and federal government to start your own hospital. Start your own hospital to help people to help with their healthcare issues, and for people in emergencies, to help people in health emergencies.
Hi all, just a reminder that we have Commissioner Barbeau, Commissioner Fang, Senior Advisor Bishop, and Commissioner Doris on the phone. With that, I will start with Bridget from WNYC.
Good morning. Mr. Mayor, I know yesterday you spoke about the multi-system inflammatory syndrome.
So she's talking about the multi-inflammatory system, and maybe later we'll have more notes about this information. But it's just to tell you what he said about, public hospitals and clinics. It's really important for people to start public hospitals and clinics. And that way, it's interesting to have a research hospital like maybe NYU or Columbia in order to conduct research about epidemics and about health emergencies and about healthcare of specific specific groups of humans. I didn't want to say that. Societies, different societies, especially people with who have different specific health issues, like maybe ethnic minorities and people who don't have enough health care, especially people who work for physicians and nurses in hospitals may not have enough health care
want to make sure.
And that's an issue that is really important to me, and especially to me, actually.
Seeing demographic trends, we have
And professional, any type of professional, or even if you have enough money, do you have enough time to visit physicians? And it's important that physicians ask for assistance and conduct research about different procedures and prescriptions in order to help all of their patients.
What they were seeing about this syndrome. That is
But it's also training. Training is really excellent. It's excellent taking different things to learn more about diagnosing patients. Diagnosing patients.
Further answer Bridget's question, but again, if you start with the symptoms and a reminder to parents, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. So this evolving syndrome has many of the similar features of what we call Kawasaki's disease. And those tend to be a presentation that includes high fevers for long days, as well as a rash and very red infected eyes.
It's really, when I worked at the library, it's really interesting that I read books about pharmaceuticals, but also books about diagnosis and diagnostic, just determining which symptoms either is maybe, let's say, or which symptoms is cause a rash, what causes a rash, but a rash is a symptom, and then if you have a rash, what type of rash, and then a lot of illnesses have similar symptoms, and separating the names of the illnesses even if they have similar symptoms. So this is information like at public libraries, at college libraries, and at bookstores that is interesting to help diagnose. Only if you're a physician, but also it's good to understand about diagnosis if you are studying any type of major in a college or university, because you have to make an idea, or you have to create an idea about different things. So now certain children are maybe getting rashes. Do certain rashes cause certain symptoms, like the symptoms of this epidemic? And then I read the symptoms and I said it's similar to maybe a cold or a flu, but then there are other illnesses that have similar symptoms to the cold or the flu. And then wearing a mask, it's interesting how many people don't cover their face in public or in buildings when they have a cold or a flu. And maybe that's something that we can do in order to able to be an employee at our company when we are ill, or be an employer. So it's something that might that is interesting. The mayor also talked about community clinics. So those people who have or are physicians, and if you can't find employment, it's sometimes good to start your own business and then maybe be a client of an employer that you want to be an employee of in the future.
Next we have Kate.
Especially for the city of New York has procurement departments, or they have opportunities for you to bid, or even there are no bid contracts for people who want to open up public hospitals and communities. Especially people like me, we love going to hospitals to meet men. So, you meet men at hospitals, that's a good thing. There are single, unmarried men at hospitals. So that's what I like to do, meet unmarried men. Right, Mom? I like to. So then he talked about personnel and training of personnel at, I think of like Columbia University and NYU University, training personnel for people to work as physicians or nurses. And maybe the staff at certain hospitals, public or private hospitals or clinics, can take courses at the hospitals, or at the universities and colleges, in order to increase pay and to help and maybe be paid as a physician when needed. So these are things that my mother and I discussed, and that's why I love my mother. She's really intelligent and she's really smart. And basically, that's it. But also the safety of maybe I'll talk to my mother about the safety of physicians and nurses and what things we could do to keep them safe. Like the number of beds. Are we, as hospital staff, operating? I used to work at a hospital, maybe, but are people who are hospital staff operating their own companies to serve as products and service issuers, or to sell products and services to the hospital? So our staff, to order to earn more money, if you don't want to be a physician or a nurse, maybe there are staff at hospitals that can start their own business and sell products and services to the hospital staff or to the hospital.
Hi, good morning. Two questions. First on Kawasaki, I just want to get some clarity about the protections that parents should be taking for their children in terms of how this syndrome is.
What's also interesting is kissing children on the cheek or on the mouth, which is, a custom in certain nations. It should be something that should be stopped. And then even adults kissing one another on the mouth who they're not in a sexual or, a romantic relationship with in the future, at this time, or in the past. I think that's something that should be stopped. And it's like a custom. It's a custom in certain areas. And, it's alright if it happened, but maybe it would help stop colds and even acne. And people hugging you and touching your face. I mean, we all like one another. Maybe we can just wave, and it helps, especially if we are people who network and attend several events where we're meeting a lot of people. So I wonder what the mayors think about that. So it's all right. It's a training about, not practicing old customs. Do you understand what I'm saying? But also, it's a training about meeting new people and leaving the old people, because we really, none of us really have a lot of time. So it's good. And then maybe never reconnect when everyone is safe. Right now, usually I'm watching, or I was watching the third hour of the Today Show. And then now I think, Hoda and Shanna Bush, who has a book club. That's an interesting book club. I haven't read any of the books from the book club. But it's interesting I wonder what she would think about U.S. Secret Service and talking to you in your house about sex if your husband talks to you about sex with your boyfriend. And it's just interesting. I wonder what she would think about that.
With those who are most vulnerable.
And being sexually harassed by U.S. Secret Service staff, what do you do about that? I hope that doesn't happen frequently. But I wonder what she thinks about it, because it is kind of, they are like security also, they're college educated, and they're also like law enforcement. I wonder what they think about that. So maybe we'll talk to a few of the men, or the women, maybe. If we have time. And then diagnosing testing to see if you have a cold or a flu in an office. The testing it will be interesting if nurses, instead of staying in an office, or it would just be interesting to have the test, or maybe at home if you can't afford to travel to a physician. It would be interesting to have that type of test.
We will see an opening up more and more reach into communities as we go along.
He talks about small business, but it's also important for small businesses to watch the news and to have the news in available in closed caption if you work in a small business, so that you can read it. Usually every television has a closed caption button where you can press, and it has usually in English and Spanish. And also maybe it should have other languages, or maybe my TV doesn't have other languages.
schools.
So that's great with Third Out today with the hosts Al, Craig, Chanel, and Dylan. Dylan is a woman. So I like that show. It's a really diverse show, and they travel and they discuss a lot of things. I'm really upset about the Olympics, but then also during these times, I think it's great to have specific events in order to entertain that people, because people get a little sad about academics or other issues. So I pray that the Olympics, we can see the Olympics this year. And what do we do if we have to delay an event? Do you have event insurance? These are things, or business and event insurance. These are things that we women who are event planners think about. Like with the mayor and planning events at Gracie Mansion. There were a lot of interesting events at Gracie Mansion about culture and specific cultures in New York City, or about the culture of people who live in New York City, and it's really interesting. That prayerfully I'll be able to attend a few of those events. If there's single men there, that would be great too. Or maybe I'm engaged to someone. Who knows? I'm engaged to a guy named Kobe Bryant. It's like a publicity type of thing. Maybe, I don't know. So Kobe will tell me if it's a publicity, right? Can you talk about the New York Hospitality Coalition? And if after I received the transcripts of the mayor's conversation via email, and the questions and answers, maybe I'll be able to. Maybe they need people to transcribe. I don't know. I didn't want to say that, but that's alright if it's said. So New York Hospitality Coalition, the mayor talked about with small businesses. So I was thinking, with the small businesses, maybe you could start a small hospital or a large hospital by actually starting registering the name, going to either the county, the state, or the federal government to register the name, and then also contacting attorneys, medical attorneys that know about, that have attended maybe the school of medicine. And then he talked about telemedicine. And telemedicine was something that I read about in several different periodicals or publications. So it's really interesting that, like, right now we're like teleconferencing the members of the press that write about the city of New York. And it's interesting that it's very diverse, if you could. But also, it's interesting that we're talking about telemedicine, maybe not visiting a person, but also a physician, but just telemedicine, meaning conferencing with the physician, showing symptoms, or talking about your symptoms, and then maybe even measuring things with, like, blood pressure or certain other specific
Next we have
things.
Sydney from the Staten Island Advance.
Mr. Mayor, so businesses along Canal Street say
So
that
it's
closing
really
down
great
between Canal and Edgewater Streets as part of the
that a lot of
city's
physicians
street
tell you
plan has been
different
hurting
things
businesses even
about
more
that.
during the pandemic.
But,
No one
something
seems
that
to
I
be
learned
using
that,
the street
maybe you
that's
could
been closed
talk
off
to your
and
physician is that you're
Staples and
supposed to
Waterfront
eat,
Park, which is
3
adjacent
meals
to
a
the
day
frontage,
with
part of
vegetables,
the frontage
fruit,
area.
meat, maybe
Would you be
seafood.
willing to reopen
And a lot of
Front
maybe
Street,
people are
which
not
is
eating
another
seafood
street in the
daily.
area to close down?
And that might be an issue, as well as maybe beef daily or chicken daily. It's interesting that also maybe women, if you eat a little less of the each type of foods, maybe half a plate, and then each type of food on half a plate, it may help you eat that, and then I don't know. So maybe ask your physician if that is at all possible, if you want to do that in your life. So it's like he talked about being proficient in telemedicine and conferencing with physicians. So it would be great to have maybe a teleconference, a telemedicine intelligent luxury panel of us maybe walking around the hospital, talking about what the hospital does, but also walking around the pharmacy telling us exactly which products and services that we can use in luxury pharmacies,
Next we have Andrew.
especially like lotions, feminine douche, other types of douche, and anything like from pain relievers, over the counter pain relievers, and then things about with your nail, your hair, all these types of things that maybe we'll talk about at the Intelligent Luxury Pharmacy Show, and then people that can't attend because hospitals need to be staffed all the time. Maybe we can have a teleconference.
Who, of course, has been breaking news on the Kawasaki and related syndrome. Are there any changes being made to testing, and must the testing now routinely involve children?
So he talked about meeting with a small business group, and the name of the group is the New York Hospitality Coalition. The New York Hospitality Coalition.
Let me do them in the order you asked them, Andrew.
I'm on their website, and it's a coalition about
their indicators. We're all working together. They're all valuable measures.
But it was a small business coalition. But there's also a hospitality commission. And isn't that great?
What we can see in the case of both.
Who knew that, even with racism, someone could really tap your house and intimidate you with a speaker as you're taking notes. So the New York Hospitality, was it the Small Business Commission?
Now, Andrew, everyone who asks those kind of projection questions, it's absolutely natural. Everyone.
It's interesting. Creating projections about your new hospital, nonprofit, or for-profit company.
And a number of people critical around this country.
But what I wanted to talk about was I actually read about this man, Greg. Pardon me, but his last name escapes me right now. Is that Greg there? Sorry. I thank the mayor of New York for giving me this information. There's power in information, and that's what, I always read. There's power in information. If you have the information, it's really easy to start your own hospital, ladies and men, and also start your own company to supply products and services to your company. And then if you continue to work full-time or part-time for a hospital or not a private or public hospital, you may be able to start your own company quickly. You may be able to supply products and services in order to pay for healthcare, in order to invest your money, and in order to travel, in order to be a tourist, or not a tourist, but to have fun. Good.
On the question, passing on Melissa's question again with real appreciation to Melissa for the work she's done here.
He talked about promoting Mr. Greg Bishop, and I apologize. I didn't read about him because he was the commissioner. He's the commissioner of the NYC Department of Small Business Services.
Parents and family members immediately reporting if they see their children with these symptoms. So that's
and he was promoted to
the best chance of protecting kids and making sure they're safe.
A new position that the mayor de Blasio just initiated.
Dr. Barbeau.
But he served as the New York Commissioner of the NYC Department of Small Business Services. And I read about that because I was conducting research about small business services and also earning contracts from no bid or bidding contracts for New York City. So if you go on nyc.gov, you may be able to look for government contracts where they're either you can bid, or there's sometimes a no bid contract. So then I was looking at the NYC Department of Small Businesses Services and what type of services they offer. And I think I wrote about him. Did I? So he talked about MWBE's, the mayor.
Now, that being said, if they have a child who has symptoms,
It's really great to be an entrepreneur. It's really relaxing, you all. It's really relaxing.
they should
My mom cares about me giving all this information for free, but preferably today I'll earn a little bit of income. But we'll see. It's all about, just trying and being nice. And being nice means usually following most laws, right? And being nice. Good laws. Being good laws. Good laws. So it's so interesting about Mr. Bushup. I think I already wrote about him. And he's an interest. I wonder where he attended, university or college, but really, it's talking about getting a certification in MWBE. There is a fee to be certified, so that's why I'm not certified. But I also conducted research about specific contracts. But it's the Office of Small Business Services has different types of programs to help people do business with the state of New York, especially small businesses like the M/WBE contracting opportunities. There's a vendor bidders list and a payee information portal and a health and human services accelerator. So if you want to work with the city, maybe you can create a hospital. Maybe you have to register with the city, or you can contact Greg if you want to create Mr. Mr. Bishop.
So Jeff, I mean, your last part of your question is a vast one. I think there are many things we're learning from this horrible crisis that are going to change the way we do things in the future. That's why, everything we're putting together now.
So they have like the procurement and sourcing solutions, and you can look at that at nyc.gov. And I don't have a lot of time, and I want to talk about everything, but I thank the mayor for talking about these important issues like starting your own business, starting your own nonprofit organization or for-profit organization, and especially telemedicine. Telemedicine and seeing your doctor via telemedicine if you are an employer or an employee.
I would say what we're seeing in the short term is that because people's lives change so profoundly.
Isn't it life-changing about preparing for epidemics and emergencies? Were you prepared as a small business? How are you maintaining? How are you paying your bills? How this has affected the small business is interesting, but also how do we save more by maybe investing more in good corporations, conducting research, having certified financial advisors either help you with investing, and also I wanted to talk about the programs with Bishop. Maybe we'll talk about that another time. But if you travel to NYC, we thank Mr. Bishop for his service, and then he was promoted. But what's really great is that Greg served. It's really great to keep smiling, even though we all are learning. So as a person who is a journalist, I'm still always learning and smiling, right, to bring you that information, and we heard it already. So Greg, he served that, and now he'll be able to help. But the mayor's talking about obtaining federal aid for small businesses, and you can learn more about if your business is small by Googling it or searching in the search engine on nyc.gov, or the Department of the New York State Secretary of State's Department will help you. And sometimes each county might have a small business organization tied to a
Now,
college
the original numbers put out last week
that
actually
can help small
combine,
businesses.
specific summonses
The
related to
mayor
social distancing
wants
with
to
some other
deepen the
summonses
connection
at the same
between
time
larger
from other
businesses and
offenders.
small businesses, he
So
said.
that
And I
is
think
the
that's really
fact is some
important
people can
for
see.
small businesses to have a
Jeff, it's
client
just
that's a
standard
big business,
policing that if
and big
another
businesses
offense
have
becomes clear and
uh,
there's one type of
small
enforcement,
businesses
there's
as a
gonna have to be
client,
enforcement on the
and
newer
that
offenses.
helps us.
We'll keep making sure this information is published and is clear, but the level of activity by the NYPD is minimal right now when it comes to how they're participating in enforcement. And
It's alright.
we want to make
It's
sure
alright,
it's
yeah.
there when it's needed, because enforcement is part of life.
And then he nominated others. I just don't have time to speak about that right now. But it's really interesting that we're talking about New York City, I believe he said, has had over $14 billion to provide for minority women-owned businesses.
The homeless folks being taken off the subways.
Let's talk about Mike Pence. Vice President Pence graduated from the IU Robert H. McKinney School of Law. He graduated from that school of law, and I wanted to talk about that law school. And I wanted to know he wanted to talk about available to demolish and rebuild in Gary, Indiana.
Syndrome turned to the Commissioner Barbeau. I don't have new numbers as of today, since what we talked about yesterday. Commissioner, do you have any new numbers yet? If not, if there's anything new, we'll get it out later in the day.
We're still at 38, but we have less than a dozen that are.
I wondered about graduate law and getting a Master of Laws, or a Doctor of Juridical Science, or Juridical Science. Then there's the JD at the McKinney Law. So I wondered about the JD program, and it is a ABA. I believe it's an ABA accredited school. However, if maybe people can attend a non-accredited school if they just want to have to write about the law and don't need to practice law. I don't know. This is bizarre. What do you do about hecklers? Pray that they stop. So then, sorry, I don't want to type. I was like typing and writing. The reason why I don't type, sometimes they send you a transcript of what the mayor says, and I'm not the news. I'm not a news anchor. I'm more of a, let me write and conduct research about what they wrote. I guess I'm the news now, huh? So I always wanted to know, there are certain law schools that have you to concentrate or you can study different subjects. So really, at any college, usually you can have interdisciplinary studies, or you can design your own major or minor. I think I said that incorrectly, I'm sorry. But I always like to see what the degree requirements are when you study for your Juris Doctorate. Like, you have to complete 90 credit hours. That looks interesting. So you usually have like 30 classes. So it's usually like 3 credits per hour. You have to graduate at a 2.3 on a 4.0 scale, which is good. But in the first year courses, they have laws about civil law, constitutional law, and criminal law, and all other types of civil law. And then you can read the website, McKinney, you can Google IU Robert H. McKinney School of Law. But they also talk about the courses that they have. They have a JD graduate certificate, but they have online course information. I believe you can take courses online. But I would love to talk to Vice President Pence about his classes, about studying, how he studied in class or outside of class. They have accounting for law students. And then they have military law and maritime law. That's interesting. I read the military codes, or a part of, or a few pages of the U.S. military code. So it's really interesting. If any of you are in the Army, you may be able to study for your bachelor's and your Juris Doctorate and intern or work for a judicial advocate general. And I learned that from a movie about the Juris Advocate General. Because I never thought about joining the armed forces. However, I think they have in cute uniforms. The ladies have these skirts, the Navy Judicial Advocate Generals. So it's really interesting about that. And the Army, the Department of Defense may be able to pay for bankruptcy law. Is interesting. Bioethics law, Chinese law summer program. That is interesting. I would like to take a Chinese law summer program. So I wonder if Temple University, I don't remember, Temple University School of Law. I actually worked for the School of Law. That's why I know about the constitutional law. I may have seen constitutional law because I worked at the school. So, and I worked for an attorney at the school. So it's interesting that the students were telling me about different classes. So I may have sat in different types of classes like civil law. And it's really, really, when you sit in a class and you're taking notes, it's really interesting that you can take different courses. Maybe I'll talk about the school. So, we pray that there's some people that are so frustrated or just can't believe that, that they survived difficult economic times. But it's all right. People are always trying to help you, but if someone can't help you in the future, isn't it great that there are other people similar to them that can help you? So anyway, then there's areas of studies at Temple University like trial advocacy, business and tax law, and other areas of study. And then there are international programs. That is really excellent. I wonder if Vice President Pence was able to study law in another nation. They have study abroad programs and foreign exchange programs at Temple University's Beasley School of Law. When I attended, had another. How about changing names of schools and stadiums and businesses? It's interesting. We're happy to have the name changes, So, you can in Roman Italy, so that's good. This is the School of Law. It's similar to the undergraduate school. Sometimes the schools might have different places. Even the same school might have different undergraduate and graduate programs in other nations. So that would be great to talk. Maybe I'll talk to Mr. Pence this year or next year. Maybe I'll wear a mask and I can wear my Charlotte Hornets mask if I had one. It's alright though. When you have a family business, you have to be careful about purchasing your own products and services. Chinese law summer program. This is really interesting. Introduction to the Chinese legal system and the resolution mechanisms and lawyering system. Oh, this is great. That makes me want to take that course. If you're at another law school, you may be able to take this that course or courses in China. And they have like domestic violence laws courses and environmental law. Oh gosh. When you run for president, it's really interesting. Maybe some people took laws or read about law when they couldn't afford to attend law school if they attended the University of Pennsylvania or the school in Indiana. So this is so great. Today we're going to read a chapter about Vanity Fair. Talk about Vanity Fair.
1165 are asked to continue shelter in place, while people who are at less risk may have a little bit more latitude in the amount of freedom, if you will, that they can go about.
Don't have a lot of time, but we already talked about the books that we want to read in the New York Times, and then the Sunday Style section. And what did I want to read in the Sunday Style section? Oh, Modern Love. So this is about a deaf woman in love. Oh, God. And reading vows. I like reading about the vows and where their parents went to college and where the children go to college. So it's interesting if any of you like if any of you attended the same school as your parents. I want to know why if that was great for you. I'm sure it was great for you. But I'm not going to read about the couple, but maybe in the vows section. And then Happy Mother's Day. So that's great about opera. So read the style section of the Sunday New York Times. The libraries have them, and maybe you can order all the issues on NewYorkTimes.com. I like to thank Mayor de Blasio. Today I wanted to make tacos. I just don't want anything to fall. Usually I stack it correctly and they fall. We have to defrost our meat, and we can defrost it in our masterclass casserole. It's so great that I work for the Wall Street Journal. I work for the Wall Street Journal and New York Times promoting subscriptions. So subscribe to the New York Times and Wall Street Journal. They're really interesting to subscribe to both publications. And I worked for them online, not in their building. However, let's talk about the chapter that we read, and then we'll continue to talk about different things. If you want me to play music, sometimes I play music, sometimes I don't play music, and it's up to me. So let's talk about chapter 41. I like to talk about chapter 41, so we're going to talk about the Gaunt House. So let's Google Gaunt House. Oh, this is the Gaunt House. And we're going to Google Gaunt House in the United Kingdom.
but it's an idea we definitely need to weigh. And to Greg Bishop and Janelle Doris,
And read more about the Gone House. And maybe there's a Gone House if we can learn more about the Gone House. So we Googled it and it has different types of the Gone House. Might be a hotel in England. It's Gaunt. Or is it a garden? And it's now a garden maybe in the United Kingdom. So we'll just have that information available maybe later. Then I underlined different things in the book with a pen. If you don't have a highlighter, you can use a pen. And this chapter is chapter 30. I'm sorry, 40. I'm getting confused myself. XLIX, which is 49 in Roman numerals. That's what we learned in school. And it's so interesting. I wanted to talk about these sentences. And it says, severe, spotless, and beautiful, Lady Gaunt held the very highest rank in Vanity Fair. So we can Google Vanity Fair, which also is a periodical that Mr. Radon owns. Not his last name is not Radon. So that's interesting. I used to work at the library, and we had that at a library. Vanity Fair. And I often read Vanity Fair. I purchase it, or especially any issues. Well, several different types of issues. So if you're on your website, they talk about the people who have passed away today. So, and they talked about different costume dramas. So, how interesting is that? And we can talk about Vanity Fair in England. So in the UK, I am the only producer of this show, and I'm the only person. This is my show, Intelligent Luxury. And you can go to the website, but I'm posting this on my website, and it's a website, intelligentluxurymagazine.com.
What percentage of capacity do you need to have to be able to come back effectively? What kind of distance?
Maybe people can travel to the United Kingdom and visit where about Vanity Fair.
Would rather wait till a point where things were substantially more normal. They could have bigger capacity, fewer precautions to be able to create the atmosphere and the service that they historically provided as close to what they had.
Oh, this is interesting.
It was interesting to hear that perspective that, some
I love learning. This is why I love reading.
understandably want to come back as quickly as they can.
Because the highest rank in Vanity Fair. So what is Vanity Fair? What's the definition of Vanity Fair? Oh, this is great. This is great. Find Vanity Fair.
So it's all about listening to them. This is why we set up these sector councils and why we're going to be in such.
I have to ask someone the definition of Vanity Fair. Maybe I'll ask a professor. One of my professors.
Don't turn to Dr. Barbeau, but I'll also say, Steve, look, I respect anyone who's serving
One of my
public
teachers.
service. I really do.
It's really good. This is why I love learning. Because it's like a gift. It is false. It's just fun to be like, oh, I didn't know. My Vanity Fair. So let's define Vanity Fair. And I googled it, Vanity Fair in the UK. And it's the Parliament. Is this the government? The Parliament says it was a weekly magazine. I don't know if that's the Parliament. This is interesting.
We wanted to bring together the vast operational capacity of health and hospitals in every,
So what is our rank? Do we, this is interesting. This is all about ranking, and it's interesting. It's just an interesting rank, but I think we want to improve our rank. We want to improve our income in order to live in a home that's free of wild animals, vermin, to travel to visit family and friends, and increase our income to entertain family and friends wherever we want to entertain them, and to be just to live a nice life. I think that's what it's about, rank. But all the books that I've read about rank and society talk about people wanting to help people improve their rank without anything, without having to pay any money to the person that's helping them improve their rank. And then there's also someone maybe like, even if it just doesn't matter, we all want to improve our rank, but with prayer, and with reading, because it's just interesting. And then I read this part of this chapter, and it talks about the British, the New Orleans, in New Orleans. So before the Revolutionary War, we were the United States was the United Kingdom. Part of the United States was the United Kingdom. We're talking about the British and the New Orleans. So I wondered I wondered about the customs and norms and mores of the British, of us British in New Orleans. So they say there's a reference to the British defeat in the Battle of New Orleans in 1815. And I wondered about that British in New Orleans. So if anyone knows about, I have to talk to you. If anyone knows about the British in New Orleans, maybe if you are, part of a historical society, who I haven't only contact me if the police let you contact me. This is interesting. I wonder about The Last Dance, and you wonder why you don't know about other athletes stalking other athletes, and you don't know about fans stalking or accidentally stalking. Just not even stalking, just traveling can lead people to be a little bit careful. So also they served a lot of wine and servants, and it's interesting to me in the 1800s they have costumes of the servants. So I was like writing an article about costumes of servants. So I have time for my mother, and I love my mother, yet I have to date men. So my mother actually, is busy too. So her making time, I think that she's not as busy as she would now that I am older or old, I say. It's interesting that I have to remember that she doesn't have as much time for me. So that's interesting too. So I think of the Nile River and I think of Viking cruises. So I was like telling my mother maybe we should go on a Viking cruise. And I would love to be able to pay for it. But it's alright if I can't pay for it too. I think that's what my mother tries to tell me. But to conduct research and to earn money. But, sometimes maybe my mother it's such a small town, it's false. But maybe my mother has my check and accidentally cashed a check of mine. But she usually gives me a lot of things, so it's kind of alright. Or she forgot. So we're moving on. Don't want my mother arrested. So anyway, she sang religious songs of Mozart. So this is interesting to conduct research about religious songs of Mozart. So this is a I like to write here, but moving on. And then there's the crowd around the piano. So this chapter is really interesting because she's a lady now and looks like she's meeting different or new characters, and that's Amelia. And then her son is a son of a man that died, George, and he's doing that. And then Becky had met Rebecca had met other Hungarian magnates. So it's interesting about the culture in Hungary. What do they eat? Who are the famous authors that discuss society? These are things that I always write about because we have book reports in our school, and we would write book reports often. And then we also had to, it's interesting, that we all similarly, most of us that attended school in any area, talk about these similar things when we read the books about it. So this book is Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. That's what this chapter was about, her improving her rank. So y'all can read it if you haven't read it. But I like the chapter, it's pretty interesting. But these are the things that I'm actually not going to summarize, or I kind of summarizing it in terms of what I liked about the chapter is that it's about the United Kingdom, and it's about what I wrote about the Queen today and gifts and graduation gifts. And a lot of people who visit the Queen, when they visit the Queen, they give you gifts. So it's so interesting. When they visit the Queen, they give the Queen gifts, and the gifts are good. However, the gifts are so nice. I wish there was an image of the gift if you could show it to people, just because we like to keep busy and we like to study it, but also helps poor people read about gifts that they will never be able to purchase. It's just interesting. However, we have to talk about our preach. But the U.S. Department of State, Mr. Pompeo, he's meeting with the president today. We're going to talk about Pennsylvania REIT. I'm already on the website. It's interesting. How do law enforcement deal with these type of people? If you accidentally met a lot of people trying to start your own business or operating your business. So we have So calling the police. How often do you call the police? Is a question that I need to answer. Hey, and we have how often do you call the police? So then we have Philadelphia, but the police need to investigate. What if the police are stalking you? How do we deal with that as owners or operators of nonprofit and for-profit organizations? So this Philadelphia I wanted to talk about the leasing space. But we'll talk about that after we talk about Michael Jordan and Mr. Bob Johnson. They own automobile dealerships, and Mr. Bob Johnson owns a Mercedes-Benz dealership, and Mr. Michael Jordan owns a Michael Jordan Nissan automobile dealership. Team 23 apparel and accessories for ladies is something that I was thinking about designing ladies apparel. It's interesting that they sell apparel at the dealership, so it's interesting that his dealership makes a lot of money probably from apparel and accessories due to the fact that he is Michael Jordan. Then I thought about Magic Johnson and him talking about shopping centers and managing shopping centers, owning shopping centers, and leasing space in shopping centers. And then I thought about his wife's denim collection, See by Cookie. And you could see my interview with her on my website's YouTube page, Nyack Rocks. So I wanted to honor a place where I was born, or I wanted to name it after the place of Nyack Rocks. So Nyack rocks. Like when something rocks, it means it's nice. It means it's interesting. So that's not it's called rocks. And also Nyack is in Rockland, and that's why Nyack rocks. And it's called Rockland because there's a lot of rocks in the ground. So Michael Jordan has shoes and restaurants. And Mr. Michael Jordan owns restaurants in the states of Connecticut, Illinois, and Washington. And then Michael Jordan's shoes are the Jordan shoes, and they also have apparel for ladies and women, the Jordan brand. The Jordan brand has apparel and accessories for ladies, women, and men. And the shoes we're waiting to own is the Christian Dior shoe, and maybe we can own the Anna Wintour AWOC shoe if it's not already. I don't know if they still make the shoe, but you can find out on Nike.com. So it's interesting having time. It's interesting that I want to Google Michael Jordan is to read about Michael Jordan. But he has a Novant Health Clinic, and that's what the mayor talked about today. And that's that. It's so great that Mayor de Blasio, the city of New York, he talked about health clinics and hospitals in New York City today. And it's really important maybe Michael Jordan can start a health clinic here in New York for people who need health care. I actually worked for not a health clinic, but what we call emergency, what do they call it? Rapid? No, they call it, oh gosh. And I forgot what the term. I promoted health services, and also to learn about improving my own health. It actually promoting health services improve my own health. And it's interesting about that. It's interesting what you learn and how people give you an opportunity to learn and to learn. So it's really interesting about the Novant Health Clinic, and Michael Jordan prays. I think he prays. I don't know if he prays, but I pray that maybe we can donate to hospitals similar to Novant Health, or donate to Novant Health to help people who don't have health insurance, or to help people visit maybe the gynecologist or urologist daily or weekly. And maybe we'll talk about to a physicians about how often we should visit a gynecologist or a urologist or other types of physicians. The Port of Seattle has Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, and maybe there is space lease at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, so you can Google that and find out their website. In The Last Dance last night, it made me think about the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance and how Michael Jordan traveled to France in order to help promote tourism, probably, in my opinion, to France, and to the city of Charlotte in North Carolina, because there's so many French people that visit this nation. Maybe they should visit Charlotte, North Carolina, and attend a Charlotte Hornets game or Charlotte Panthers game, an NFL game, or minor league baseball team. And then I think about The Boxcar Children. That was a great novel. And then I thought about Schmidt Futures. I'm going to delete Schmidt Futures. I read about it somewhere and I copied it. But President Trump, I think he's like enabling National Women's Health Week. And this is all about health and, clinics and how often you go. And then, physicians shouldn't, you have to be careful about promoting products and services to people who receive a lot of promotional mail, emails, or packages. So just think about that. Maybe we can wait several months or years to wait for a response from people like Michael Jordan, if you've contacted them, and if you're a physician, if you're interested in sports medicine, or you have products and services for the clinic, or products and services for any of the staff of his businesses. Right, Mr. Robert Johnson and his step shows. That's why I was like, oh, it'd be great to have a step show with the alumni. And Michael Jordan is a Kappa. He did attend college. And the Kappas have the canes and they step. So they're the men and they have the candy cane cans. And they step usually in different colors or in the same color. So hello to all the Kappas that I met at Temple University. And the AKAs and the Delta Sigma Thetas, the Sigmas, the Omegas, and all the other fraternities and sororities. Even, all the sororities that we went to where there were European Americans, African Americans. I actually did attend a couple of parties. Did I? It's great because they have a lot of information. Do you know why? When I graduated, there was a frat house near where I lived off campus. So it was so great. Those men are like, hey, how you doing? It's Temple. So they're really great men at any fraternity or sorority. Let's talk about women chief executive officers in the medical profession and men chief executive are starting their own hospital. You could start it today. Like, I don't wear makeup if I can't afford to wear makeup from saving it for a party or an event. Or I wear makeup at night. So just to save money. So it's good to budget. And then maybe just to help my skin. Because I might have asked something happened to my skin. And that's why my neck is dark and my eyelids are dark. So it's alright. Then we have the Miami Marlins games. It wouldn't be great to travel to Miami to see a baseball game. And on Aerial America, it was the stadium has a roof and air conditioning, so that's cool. So I wanted to play a different artist, but maybe we'll play music tomorrow. It's alright, it's alright. RLJ Company, Mr. Bob Johnson, he has finance companies and he has automobile companies. So I'm filming live and y'all can watch this later and how about, shop in the Five Boroughs. You have to shop in the Five Boroughs of New York City, people. There are great stores in the Five Boroughs of New York City. I love shopping on the island of Manhattan and in Brooklyn and in Queens and in Staten Island and the Bronx. I like, where do I go in the Bronx? You know what? There's great places to eat in the Bronx, especially Caribbean food, and then in Brooklyn, Caribbean, Indian, Asian food. And then in Manhattan, you have British food, Irish food, Indian, Caribbean, almost every nation. So it's really great about the Bronx. And then don't we love Puerto Rican food or Cuban food or Dominican Republic food, Dominicana. So yo lo comido Dominicano comida. I wanted to say something else. I messed up on that. Whereas I have to practice my Spanish verbs. So then we have Harvard University courses in art and film studies. And then we have Sincoro, a new tequila by Michael Jordan. So that's interesting. Right now, wedding invitations. Which printers are we using? Are we using FedEx, Kinko's, Staples, or other franchises? Do you have your own stationery franchise? So, luxury wedding invitations. and wedding, graduate, and school graduation parties. What are we looking for? Graduate school graduation parties. What are you going to give to the graduate students? And that's what I thought. I wrote an article, I believe it's on the website, or I'll post it, and about the Queen's gifts. And it helps us purchase gifts. And she receives jewelry. Isn't that interesting? I thank them for telling us about the gifts that she receives. And President Trump gave her really nice gifts. So I think that is so amazing, that the gift that you have to read about the gift that he gave Queen Elizabeth too, and the gifts that the other heads of state or other people who visit her give, and the other royal family members. They're really nice gifts, especially the jewelry. So I wonder if she would be able to show some of the gifts or copies of the gifts. That would be really interesting. It helps people who need to be it helps people relax. It helps people stay calm. It helps people that the wealthy and the popular show what types of gifts that they give, and then maybe you can make a gift that fits your budget. Purchase the order like from Sugar Paper Los Angeles or Papyrus. So I wanted to Google Papyrus. I guess maybe I have to give the president a gift. Is that bribery? Do you have to? I don't know. Why would I give the president and have to give and all types of gifts? So talk about sugar paper. So it's just always living within your budget. So it's all right. Some people are like, oh, I can't believe, but at least I'm in my budget. So it's all right. They have graduation cards and gifts at Sugar Paper Los Angeles, and maybe giving cards so that the graduates can send stationery to people or write in. They have pens. They have envelopes with note cards at Sugar Paper Los Angeles. I don't have a lot of time, but I thank Sugar Paper for having this information available online about how to order. And remember, you need to know there's papyrus. I mean papyrus, I'm sorry. I didn't want to say papyrus. Isn't this great? There was a stationery store called Papyrus. And this is interesting. They sell papyrus at Target. So, yeah, papyrus. I used to work for Target's corporate office as a independent publisher. Someone probably did a background check and they see all these companies. They're like, oh my God. But as a website owner, I registered to work for the company and promote their website. So I work for several different luxury companies, including Target. I like Target. They have a lot of, sometimes they have sales where they sell clothes designed by luxury fashion designers. And why am I not? I think oh y'all, there's two companies named Papyrus. I like to Google it. It helps website search engine optimization. That's why I Google it, people. That's not the website. Oh Lord, did they close? I didn't know that they closed. Like, I guess they. Well, they do have. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to talk about but we have wedding invitations. Should you have a wedding and a graduate party, a graduation party, and then you have your thank you cards. Remember to send thank you cards to people who send you gifts for graduation. And you don't have to have a graduation party. You can go to a restaurant, and people can you can reserve space at a restaurant and tell them that maybe some people won't order food, and then you can just have a nice little party. I thought about the Peruvians, history tour operators in Miami, Florida. And a lot of what was I reading? There's like Peruvian food served at the Miami Marlins Stadium? Maybe was that it? So I was thinking about are there Peruvian tour operators? Maybe anyone that I met can have a Peruvian tour. I don't think I have time for that. Then different printers, but let's talk about fashion, because we are going to talk about fashion. I was thinking about Michael Kors and Versace and Donatella Versace, and sometimes designers, or maybe there's designers that can help you promote your products or services, or you can be a company that designs products and be a licensee of maybe Michael Kors or Versace. And you can design apparel and accessories or other products with the brand name from Michael Kors, and then you can sell it as a licensee and pay him a percentage of your profits or sales. And I think that's something I learned. Maybe Mr. Bud, maybe Bud from Nicole Miller taught me that information. So hello to everyone I worked with at the fashion industry. I'm still looking for the intern that I worked with. That guy is he around? Is he? So let's discuss the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and the music program. The center, they say on their website, hosts numerous lectures, seminars, concerts, and film screenings each year that are open to both the campus community and the general public. If you travel to uncs.edu, their website, and that's the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, they have a College of Arts and Sciences and a music department, or the Department of Music, and they talk about the Carolina Stomp. And they talked about the different courses. So I was looking at the brass instruments. There's composition courses, jazz courses, music education courses, musicology courses, percussion courses, piano courses, popular music courses, strings courses, voice courses, and woodwind courses. So I might take a voice course and maybe a few instruments that I played in elementary or high school or middle school. Thank you, University of North Carolina, for offering those types of courses. And now you can take courses online. A lot of the NBA players or NFL players, probably NBA and MLB players, because they have games on different days, they may have to watch a course later online in order to hear what the professor said or what the student said in class. So that's great that the UNC at CH, University of Chapel Hill, but we also want to talk about the University of Pennsylvania. The University of North Carolina is where Michael Jordan attended college, and he attended several years of college. maybe he graduated. But isn't it interesting that at college you meet a lot of people, but also attending college, he's able to all the alumni in University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and the current students help with promotion or it's great to attend college just to meet new people, and especially if you are going to work or start your own company, it's great to attend college if you can budget it. And now especially you can graduate at any time and take evening, weekends, or courses online. With the University of Pennsylvania, the president attended the University of Pennsylvania, and I actually have traveled to the campus of the University of Pennsylvania because I was a volunteer and I had to train University of Pennsylvania business students about a specific nonprofit organization. So the students were so interesting, so amazing, and I taught a training session, not a course, but a training session for a nonprofit organization. Some universities permit you to rent or lease space for nonprofits or for-profits in order to have a meeting or in order to train staff or volunteers. So it was a great organization. So funny. I actually attended Temple University, which is on the other side, and I actually attended probably because Temple University has the most, when I attended, the most African American or Black diasporan students of any school that's not an HBCU. So I don't believe Temple University is an HBCU. And start your own university. Start your own HBCU, people. Within an HBCU or within another campus. So sometimes university has different colleges, and maybe people can start their own college by donating money or not, just starting their own college. You may need to do that, but you could maybe you can do it without. Maybe they can pay you to start your own university, like Michael Jordan, maybe. So that's interesting. Maybe like the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill at marketing or any major. Marketing or any major. Marketing, sciences, any major. So, or you can create your own major or department or school or college within a university or within another university. Like, for example, anyone. Like myself, maybe I would start my own college about design and writing and law and studying law within literature and art and customs and different things. Maybe I would do that. So they have the University of Pennsylvania. Oh, this is interesting. They have a museum on their campus. A lot of universities have museums or libraries that students or alumni can travel to conduct research or just to support the school. So I was talking to the mayor today. It's false. The mayor was talking to us New York people, to the press, and to the people of New York. If you have interest in U.S. Food Chef Store, if you're a chef, you can travel there. With the University of Pennsylvania, I wanted to talk about their business school, their graduate school. It's so, did I want to have it on the University of Pennsylvania to meet someone? Absolutely not. And actually, one of my friends knew someone that attended the University of Pennsylvania, and I remember when the different artists performed on the campus. So it's just something, it's great to network Remember to visit other campuses if you have a campus near other campuses, and that's why it's great to have different colleges and universities, and to make friends. So it's important to relax and talk. You know, I have to relax and talk. You have the Business, Economics, and Public Policy MBA. This is great. They say they equipped the leaders of our world's nations. So this is great. I like to read about the courses that are offered in specific programs, and it helps you meet people, but also just helps you, keep interested and keep your mind sharp. They have urban fiscal policy courses, nations, politics, and markets for pure risk. And then they have fund of actuarial sciences, and then advanced study projects. Advanced corporate finance is interesting. It's interesting to study corporate finance because you probably need to, or you might want to invest in corporations by purchasing stocks and bonds and mutual funds. They have public finance and policy and urban fiscal policy. This is for the Business, Economics, and Public Policy MBA, or Master's in Business of Administration. And then they also have Fundamentals of Financial Accounting. So it's good. I thought of, even if you don't own your own home, if you're a woman that has to to work at home for your husband or for yourself, it's good to take courses in accounting and finance because you have to have a budget. So it's so interesting that I read in an article, it wasn't me that thought of this, is to walk around your home to create your own budget. So my hair is this way. So it's really great to have this fundamentals accounting and corporate finance. And then I have they have microeconomics courses, management courses. It's good to take courses in management, maybe how to manage your home business or your business at home, or maybe your nonprofit or charity. Like if you're a woman that doesn't have to work and you want to manage your charity's business, or if you are a volunteer or an employee of a charity, or if you're a volunteer of a charity. Then about innovation, this is interesting, opportunities and strategy. It'll be great to talk to different men and women about their major. Isn't it great? Isn't it great to know that we're saying about sanity and taking courses and taking them annually, continuing our education, just to talk about persuasive writing for business leaders. Isn't the president a good writer? I read parts of his speech, and his speech writers are such great writers. It's great to have a speech writer. Right, Mom? My mom is like a really good writer and reader and speller. She's good. She's excellent. She is a better speller than I. It's interesting about, I don't want to say compare better, because I'm saying it's because she's my mom, I guess. But she's a good speller too. But she's a really great speller. So she's a really, really great speller. And she loves what she loves, but she's a great speller. And I say that because I like my mother, like most people. So let's talk about that. And they have an MBA in Business, Energy, and Environment and Sustainability MBA. Did I attend? I may have attended the University of Pennsylvania. You never know. I had so many college classes in high school, but I may not want to tell people every college I attended. I have to ask my school. So MBA, they have an MBA in accounting, MBA in actuarial science, and MBA in business analytics, MBA in the business, economics, and public policy, which we talked about their courses, business, energy, environment, sustainability MBA, It's so important to know about the environment, recycling, and improving the environment. Entrepreneurship and Innovation MBA. Let's read more about those courses. And then the Executive MBA. Does the president need to take more courses or want to? Just because. It's interesting. Healthcare Management MBA. The president wants to go to a HBCU. That would be interesting. Individualized Major MBA. Insurance Risk Management MBA. That's interesting. And then the Marketing MBA or the Management MBA or the Marketing Operations Management. I believe the difference in the MBA programs is, for example, like if you take a marketing MBA, you take more marketing courses. And then if you take a finance MBA, you take more finance courses. My issue is that this is really interesting. This is what I want. Like some masters, some MBA programs don't have a lot of the courses for people who didn't major in business or maybe minored in business and want to take several courses again. And then I think maybe even taking more courses like in the PhD. Do you need to take a PhD if you don't teach? Or as a journalist, shouldn't we want to like just take more courses and read a lot just to provide accurate ideas about statistics or facts? If you talk about the entrepreneurship and innovation MBA, they have courses about venture capital, about buyouts and acquisitions, healthcare, negotiations, venture capital and entrepreneurial management practices in and institutions of Silicon Valley. Isn't that interesting about venture capital and investing in specific companies and providing money for people? Some venture capitalists don't loan money or invest, they just give money to entrepreneurs. Then there's entrepreneur marketing. I might need that course. And then it's really great, even if you studied marketing or worked in a marketing department. Have I worked in a marketing department? Or even need to market, or need to market another company, or if you just want to take marketing to promote a nonprofit organization as a volunteer, it's good to do that. It's good to study marketing. Then you have entrepreneur marketing. That's interesting. What will we learn in entrepreneur marketing? So I didn't write this. This is great. Then you have the executive MBA. Oh, that's interesting. So, online schools, University of Pennsylvania. Thank you, University of Pennsylvania, for offering those course descriptions online. And maybe if they have a list of the books that people read for people to be able to study prior to taking a course. It's so interesting that a nonprofit leased space at the University of Pennsylvania, and I was a volunteer at a nonprofit, and I was a student at Temple University, and they just was the man reserved the space at the University of Pennsylvania. But the reason why I volunteered for that nonprofit was that the person actually went to my class, was in one of my classes, the director of the nonprofit program actually talked in our class and told us students, my entire class in a classroom, about the nonprofit. So different universities permit people to talk to the students in a class, but you may have to you probably have to contact the school, and you have to pre-write what you're going to say. I probably would, so that's interesting. Let's talk about what I was going to talk about, like our editorial calendar this month. We talk about summer stories in literature. So the New York Times usually has a summer book reading list, and preferably we can read that later. And then they have online, I think you can order old issues of the New York Times, and you can look at old issues of the Wall Street Journal and old issues of periodicals, magazines at the library on microfilm, microfiche, or online. And then some libraries with your library card, you can look online. This is interesting. So there are single men at the library. Isn't it great to study for your finals at the library if you're in graduate school? And it's great to go to the library after you graduate and to continue to maybe restudy everything, like all of your old notebooks, all of your old textbooks. A lot of poor students, maybe African Americans who are poor, try maybe to repurchase your books after you graduate, after you earn your own money. And then, maybe someone else can keep all of your notebooks, and you can, all of your notebooks, and you can return, and they can return it to you to study. But it's all right, y'all. It's good. You could take new notes and repurchase all the textbooks and books that you need, or copies of articles that your professor gave you. All these things, maybe, or old papers. Maybe they can have parts of our old papers. So isn't it great that professors give you templates and they tell you to read the paper and write similar to whatever research paper they give you, if that's the case, or high schools, college, or universities. And isn't it great that we had to read a book to even learn how to write better, conduct research papers? And a lot of us can't afford to list every reference. At the NYU, there's a Center for, I wanted to talk about Caribbean Studies this month because I know several different types of Caribbeans: Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Haitians, Jamaicans, and from the other islands. Anyway, so it's so great. Like with the reason why I went to Temple University is because it had a diverse student population, like my high school, and a lot of Temple University has a lot of European American students, but also has a lot of African American students. It's in a great city where there are beef and cheese sandwiches, and the food is great in Philadelphia. But also, what's really great is that at Temple University, they also have a Caribbean Studies major. So NYU, I believe I attended NYU in high school, and NYU Arts and Science program, the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies. So the NYU has a Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies, and they have a graduate program. Some universities, you really have to talk with your advisors about accepting master's degrees in Latin American and Caribbean Studies courses. And it's really interesting that NYU has a Haitian Creole. So, I like my Haitian Creole. I wonder if the Haitian restaurants are open for picking up my Haitian food with extra tostones. No sweet plantains, tostones, or sweet and tostones. There are 5 reasons to learn Creole, says NYU, and you can read those reasons. Isn't it great that through education we can really keep our minds occupied, or I just want to say we can just study and not worry about bad things, just learn how to help others or help people. So they have CLACS, so the College of Arts and Sciences, for the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies offers 2 levels of elementary classes in Haitian Creole. I may be interested in taking a class in Creole. You know, I met Jonathan Demi and he spoke Creole. And I do not speak Creole. Or I say, I don't want to say a word if I don't really know the meaning. Definition of the word I want to say. So, y'all study about those master's degrees at the NYU, and there are other schools, and maybe we'll talk about another school tomorrow that has Caribbean studies, like Temple University. Or you can create your own major in Caribbean studies if you talk to your academic advisors, your college's advisors, or orders. My teacher is British. I feel like we had British books, maybe, and we spell. You know what? These teachers. I think all of our textbooks were British. No, I'm just joking. For some reason I spell like a British person. It's alright. They even teach Quechua at NYU, which is a South American language. Today, let's talk about Cardinal Health reported its 3rd quarter results today. Are they going to report it today for the fiscal year of 2020? Let me find the timeline. They are going to report their 3rd quarter of fiscal 2020, which ended for them March 31st. This is the Cardinal Health. I like reading it. It looks like you have to read it quickly. That's cool. Well, Mr. Holler is going to be the CFO on May 26th. So it's good, like CMB. I didn't like, I like finance. I did well in finance. I just need to study my finance. So they hosted a webcast today about their integrated healthcare services and products, and they provide solutions for hospitals, healthcare systems, pharmacies, ambulatory surgery centers, clinical laboratories, and physician offices worldwide. And we can talk about the billion. So their revenue increased 11% to $39.2 billion. So divide that by 0.11. And then you'll get the answer that you need in terms of what the revenue was in the last quarter. Are they comparing it to the last quarter, or are they comparing it to last year? And then we look at the chart. So right now I'm studying for finance and pass this finance test. So that I can trade my own stocks and bonds. I don't know if I want to do that, but just so that maybe I can be on a board of a corporation. I forgot. Wait, Mom, I applied to be on a board of a corporation. Not a nonprofit, though. But I thought my mom should be on a board of a nonprofit because she's really smart. Or a corporation. So, I wonder what you need to be on the board. You definitely need to study finance. But the revenue is $39.2 billion. That's a lot of money. And that was the earnings in the 3rd quarter of 2020. That was the revenue. And then you have operating earnings. So these are things we need to study. And then they have the net earnings attributable to Cardinal Health Incorporated, $350 million. That's good. See, it's good to practice. It's been a long time. I should have studied, but usually I read a little bit more magazines, but it's alright. It's alright. So I always pray to read I go to the Barnes & Nobles, and when they have textbooks at the Barnes, some Barnes & Nobles sell textbooks. So I just wanted to read the different textbooks, and so Cardinal Health Board of Directors approved a quarterly dividend of 0.4859 per share. Well, that's interesting. So if I had 100 shares, I would have about $50. It's alright, y'all. You just have to practice. When you get older, it's amazing what you thought what you did and what you don't do now. And just calculate quickly, as you did. But we still love the percentages of the share. So what I thought was great about certain magazines is that financial magazines, or most of them had advertisers that promoted most of the financial magazines that I've read, because I worked at the library. So I read so many different types of magazines. Can you tell that I worked at the library that was really busy? But it's great that it was like you have these magazines that have a talk about purchasing individual stocks and bonds and mutual funds with, payments of about maybe $100 a month or $200 a month. So when I was younger, Black Enterprise, when I became of age, I purchased probably a stock. Is there a minimum age to purchase a stock? I don't think so. But it was really interesting that I purchased stock. So I remember purchasing a stock. Just one stock. So with Google or Yahoo, you don't have to purchase any stock, but it's interesting that you can pick companies on the Google Finance or Yahoo Finance, and you can watch the stocks, and you can calculate or determine, or it shows you how much money you made if you just think about how much stock you're able to purchase. So it's interesting to do that. And all these other things. Then we're going to talk about Marriott International reports first quarter 2020 results. So they reported that from wherever. I don't want to say wherever. So the first quarter 2020 comparable system-wide constant dollar RevPAR. I don't know the definition of RevPAR, so I'm going to highlight it. And you're going to highlight it. Or I don't remember. My teacher's like, probably. Or declined 22.5% worldwide. So then 30.4% outside North America. Apparently my father said that I think I took a business class in high school, which qualified me for a minor. So there's a first quarter reported diluted EPS totaled. So these are just words I need to remember. Why do I remember what I need to remember? So $0.009, which is 9 cents, compared to $1.9 in the third year ago. So that's the first quarter report diluted EPS total. So let's conduct research about that, people. Remember, I'm not a financial advisor, but this is why I wanted to take finance classes, like the Finance 101. Because I took it, and I need to retake it. And if we keep retaking it, we'll remember, right? So it's alright. And then, remember that you can take oral tests, usually, at any school. So it's alright. Hang around better, nicer. No, I'm not saying better. Socialize with people. So my mom and dad are really smart, and I'm just a little slower than they are. It's alright. So the company issued 1.6 billion of senior notes. But also remember that at quarter end, Marriott's worldwide development pipeline totaled nearly 3,050 hotels and nearly 500,016. That's so funny. Oh, this is so funny about how many rooms and hotels that they have. Remember, if you have a hotel and you want it managed by Marriott or Hilton, you may be able to apply on their website, and you can go to intelligentluxurymagazine.com for that. Thank you, Marriott, for that information. And thank the CEO, Mrs. Sorensen. She says, what about the impact of cleanliness of hotels? That is really, can we clean our own toilets and showers? Can the hotels provide us with that? Because what if we've worked in a hotel? Can we clean our own bathtubs? What if we have to clean it because we stained it? Not stained it, but after we shower and want to use it before the maid cleans it again. So is there things that what type of cleaning products can we purchase to clean our own rooms? What if you have a menstruation and leave a stain on the mattress? How much is that going to cost you, huh? This is life, yo. Isn't it great that people help you with that? What if you don't have time to leave? What if you use several different protections, like towels and your own towels and your own clothes, and still, I think, it may be the result of some type of who knew that, huh? It's alright though if y'all have a heavy menstruation for whatever reason. Just pray that the police arrest these people. And sometimes if you're victimized by the police, pray that the other police arrest these police if they are guilty. Thank you, Marriott, for that information. Remember, before you invest, it's good to read the quarterly reports and maybe the annual report about all the companies that you've invested in, or all the companies that your corporation invests in, or the companies that your nonprofit invests in if you are a volunteer. Remember, Temple University, you could study finance at their School of Business, which is the Fox School of Business, but I don't think it's not the Fox Corporation. I don't think he is a part of the Fox Corporation. So it's so great that I wanted to talk about preets, and then we will cook, and I may not eat, I may save it so that my mom and I can go to lunch. And then we have to read our little one chapter that takes us, we have to read our chapter, and then we'll talk about colleges tomorrow. We'll talk about Michael Jordan tomorrow, Bob Johnson tomorrow. Probably talk about the mayor of New York City, and maybe the mayor and the president and the vice president. And the first ladies, maybe we'll talk about them one day. Alright. It's so great that I have photographs that I may be able to show you about what the first lady wore. It's just something that we do just to keep us busy at work or at home when our bosses tell us that we can take a break. Let's talk about pre. And we can't talk about every property that the pre owns, but we'll talk about several. Remember, jewelry designers like Harry Winston. Hello, everyone at Harry Winston. And like Simone Smith, David Yurman. Hello, everyone at David Yurman. Everyone at Neiman Marcus. It's wild, it's alright. People want me to be healthy, so that's why they're doing this. They want me. There's a cure for it. Maybe that's the gift. Cure for whatever happened to me. But luckily, I don't have what others have. So let's talk about Long's Jewelers. Hello, everyone at Long's Jewelers. So if you Google Long's Jewelers, there's several stores that are called Long's Jewelers, but Let me tell you the exact store. So, Long's Jewelers in Massachusetts. I pray. This is Stephanie. I pray. But, I wanted to talk about them. They're very nice people at that store. And you can purchase jewelry for graduates of graduate school at David they have David Yurman, they have Jack College, and then they have John Hardy. Hello, Mr. Hardy. Met him at New York Fashion Night Out. And I was working for Engagement 101 at that time, writing a story about jewelry for Engagement 101. Was I? Probably not. I don't know. Remember, I started my own company prior to working at the publication, and a lot of people who work for corporations, like magazine corporations or media corporations, you may have to start your own business, or you to be able to be paid as an independent contractor. So then you have Scott, and then you have Penny. And then Temple St. Clair. So thank you all at Long's Jewelers, wherever Long's Jewelers is located. That sells David Yurman in the state of Massachusetts. And don't we all can't wait till we read all our fashion magazines like Harper's Bazaar. So I wanted to play a song. I wanted to play songs from the 1953. And I thought about Perry Como. Did y'all see that documentary on Perry Como? And so that's about that. Now we're going to make our tacos. So we have our beef. We're going to wash our hands. We're going to make it with ground beef. Always ask maybe the Department of Health how long you should keep meat in the freezer. Remember, you can defrost in your casserole meat if you don't need to clean the meat. We have our beef, our ground beef, and so we have a dish. Usually I use a dish, so we have to use this. Sometimes we make errors, and we just pray that we can not make the same error later in our lives. We have our beef, our ground beef, and we can cook all of our beef, and then we don't season any beef that we don't want to use in our tacos, and we can put it maybe in the refrigerator for a day. So it's really great. I'm just cooking maybe because I just want to improve my own cooking in order to be able to eat when I'm not able to go to restaurants. It's the only reason why I'm cooking. But you know, it's really great just to cook. We're going to talk about the more portfolio as we cook. We're going to use Cola Vita olive oil because we watch PBS and I've seen ads for Cola Vita on PBS. And we add about 2 tablespoons to about a pound of beef. So I'm making this beef, and you can eat, maybe parts of the beef as sauce. I'll probably with my mother likes to eat vegetables. Remember, sometimes the restaurants don't have brown rice, but also there's beans in the rice, so it's a lot of fiber. Just, it's really good food. I have to pray that I don't eat all of the rice. It's so good. So I just save part of it for another day. At the Haitian food restaurants or Jamaican restaurants or Asian restaurants. I covered the beef, and we can talk about the preats. I'm talking about preats, the preat, which is a reet. The preat is a reet, and you can leave space at the Cherry Hill Mall, the Fashion District Philadelphia. Let's talk about Fashion District Philadelphia. I haven't traveled to Philadelphia. If y'all are in Philadelphia, let me know if there's no Fashion District Philadelphia. The Fashion District of Philadelphia is on Market Street in Market Streets in Philadelphia. However, it's Market Street, but it's on several different streets in Market. Preet says that there's 44 states or wrote that it's 44 million tourists visit the greater Philadelphia each year, and that 22 million commuters per year access the public transportation via the mall's concourse level. Oh, so it's near where the Galleria is. There's no Galleria. Let me think. So I'm asking myself. So I attended school at Temple University, and it's great to take public transportation to the mall in Philadelphia, and you can take any SEPTA station. So SEPTA may have contracts for people who want to sell products and services to SEPTA. So SEPTA is like the MTA here in the tri-state area, New Jersey Transit, and they may have opportunities of employment or you can create your own company and sell products and services to that company if you own any type of company or if you have any type of background, if you're allowed to own a business. So then they say that there's a different there's the second largest downtown workforce on the East Coast in Philadelphia. That's interesting. And 3,100 parking spaces attached or adjacent to the property. Oh, that's good. It's easy to find parking, I believe, in a parking garage in Philadelphia. And just read the signs or maybe just park. Park. It's so sad. Sometimes people get so angry because they know it's going to cost them money if they read the signs incorrectly, or if they make an error about reading the signs, or sometimes they can change the signs and they tow your car. There are 450,000 college students in the Philadelphia region, so that's great. We have so many great colleges. if you speak well like me, or sometimes I, have to practice talking, it's all right. Listen if you want the information, right? And we keep smiling. So however you talk, just keep smiling. Sometimes we laugh like we talk the similar way or not. Sometimes we laugh and pray that they may be eating too much sodium, and that's why they talk that way. Or we think of taking different courses and learning how to pronounce. But some people have accents that you don't understand. Some people speak in several different accents, like maybe Southern Europeans or Africans or Caribbeans have a different type of accent that we may need to learn how to comprehend. And then I wanted to play different types of music, so that's interesting. At the Fashion District, Philadelphia, there's Century 21, H&M, AMC Theater, and other stores. And they have a Chick-fil-A, and Starbucks will be there. What's really is a luxury. A lot of college students from Temple University and other universities probably take public transportation or drive to Center City, Philadelphia, in order to shop, because sometimes campuses don't have enough parking spaces for their vehicle, or they may live off campus and may not want to drive their car into Center City. So the subway is very, very clean, the SEPTA, and the trolleys and the buses are very clean. You always have to be nice. You never know why someone is angry, and they're probably not angry at you. So you try to be nice or not. Sometimes I'm not nice. People that are angry, they're not angry at me. So we just like to keep smiling. I love the interest that's about the show is that, like, ladies who have either wealthy husbands or boyfriends, it's really great to keep busy to conduct these types of marketing research, or maybe start your own company to keep busy. If you are a housewife whose husband is busy, you can stay busy, and then it makes it interesting to have people to discuss. And discuss the people that you meet if you operate a business. It's great to help people if you own your own business. So I'm the only one that owns this company, and that's about it. So sometimes it's great that you have parents that maybe can loan you money and ask you to pay back when you are able to pay back the money in order to operate your company. But operating a company online doesn't cost a lot of money. You can spend under $100 a month to operate your own online company. Right now I'm cooking the food. It's good sometimes to cook food so that you have food for later, for dinner or lunch, and we have to cook our food. It's really great that, you know, I like to wear ladies apparel. Like with, I know I would love to purchase a dress. So maybe when I have enough money in my budget, if my budget is increased, then maybe I'll be able to purchase an MLB dress or a long dress or other jewelry or accessories. They have like luxury fashion apparel and accessories that are sold at different stadiums in different stores at the stadium. Like at Yankee Stadium in certain stores they sell jewelry or ladies shirts that you can wear every day with the team's brand image. I'm adding a little sazon, and then we save it and we can put it in a Ziploc, a zip bag, then a Ziploc bag. Then we have Ortega Fiesta Flats. So this is similar to our corn tortillas, but this is already cooked, and you can heat it after we heat our ground beef. It would be great. My mom is probably on her way home, maybe to lunch. It's great to have your own company, and then trying to help my mom have her own company. And she is good at many different things, and I thought she could have her own company, especially learning events. But you know, me and my mother work a lot together, so I liked working by myself, but she has taught me a lot. So this is what the the Fiesta Flats, flat bottom taco shells look like. So this is the look of the taco shell, and this is from Ortega. And we have our paper plates, and we save that. So we have all of that, and we talked about our pre. So we wiped off our keyboard, right, with the soap and water. But I wouldn't do it because you could get electrocuted. You can use alcohol, but not by the stove, or a cleaning solution, but not by the stove. So just put a little clean safely. Don't do this. Don't do what I'm doing. I'm just wiping off this. And then we throw it out. So it's so great too. My mom helps me. It's false, but my mom helps me, but you know, it doesn't take a lot of money to operate anything. A business online, if it's a legal business. And a legal business are people who are forced to do things online. So now we're going to use our spoons just to the ground beef, to separate the ground beef, or to mix the ground beef, and then we save the ground beef. But then I'm seasoning it. I didn't want to season it wrong. I wanted to season it, and then we can use it for tacos or for hamburgers. Not a hamburger, but just ground beef sandwich. Remember, maybe just turn our meat up just a little and keep stirring it, and add maybe just the oil and the water from the frozen beef, and add a little red wine vinegar or vinegar, and we just continue to cook the beef. My mom makes really great tacos. So she turns up her meat beef just a little bit higher than people. Some people, I guess, I don't know, but you have to cook your beef. It's good to put this in a bag that's airtight or sealed or closed, or maybe you put it in a plastic or paper box. Keep it. So as you know, the health department has a website and to tell you about food safety. I'm gonna put that in our taco shop. Taco shows me there. And later on I'll probably seal it. That way it might not go stale. And we have our minute organic red quinoa and brown rice with garlic. But there's unorganic you can buy too. We do need to. This is microwavable and ready in 1 minute. It's what we discussed today. I wanted to talk about the Intelligent Luxury Secretary Trade Show. My mother was a really good secretary, and I wondered, maybe I can pay her to speak at the Secretary Trade Show when I earn enough income and when I can pay her enough to travel safely and stay in a safe hotel or resort or some type of hospitality industry hotel or company. So that would be great to pay her. And it's all about background check your family and friends that you don't know their background. So it's always important to do that. And then also it's important to talk about Tiffany & Co. Hello to everyone there. and then Monica Rich Colson and Paul Morelli's jewelry. You can visit their websites by googling Paul Morelli, Monica Rich Cosnan, and Tiffany & Co. So sometimes I get a little, I have to pronounce my words a little better, but that's alright. We all do that, so it's good. Then you have the Intelligent Luxury Secretary Trade Show Conference. We have an accent. My mom and I have like an Australian, British, Asian, South American accent. Then you have Intelligent Luxury Secretary Trade Show Conference. I'm stirring my beef and it's cooking. And we'll add onions or maybe we'll add scallions and maybe beans. I don't think I have any more beans. Intelligent Luxuries, I plan to have a secretary trade show that talks about training secretaries and training for secretaries to train secretaries who are going to be a secretary when they are on vacation, and then scripts with secretaries who have to answer phone calls from great family members or friends or emails and other topics. And I'll talk to different types of, preferably I can pay other types of secretaries from schools, universities, hospitals, law firms about, really, a lot of secretaries want to know what to do if your employers, I think this is with every employee, like what if you want to attend school and then your employer doesn't want you to attend school in order to, because they don't want a new secretary or employee, you know, or just all types of different things. So we'll talk about that. Also about if you get pregnant, if your wife gets pregnant, what do you do to your secretary? What should your secretary do? Should your secretary purchase products and services for you, even if you own the company, even if the secretary's boss owns the company or doesn't own the company? These are different things. If you're a secretary for a volunteer and you resigned or took a leave of absence, that's what maybe I need to do. See what I'm saying? Right. So then, no, that's not what I need to do. I'm just looking. So then you have mortgages. How do you pay your mortgage? So what type of mortgages? We'll maybe talk about that. There's first-time mortgages, and then there are mortgages for second homes, and there are mortgages for more than 2 homes, if you own more than 2 homes, and there are mortgages for people who want to invest in a home, to renovate the home and sell it for a profit. Then, yesterday, President Trump spoke with the President Martin Nizcara of the Republic of Peru, and I wanted to talk about Peru's commerce. Can we, as Americans, work with people who are residents or citizens of Peru, and partner with them to sell products and services to Peruvians in Peru and here in the United States? Can we sell Peruvian apparel and accessories, cuisine, and then what about Peruvian authors and literature about Peru if it's written by someone that's not from Peru? Then we'll talk about, we already talked about the New York Times. We'll talk about our hair products today. We use little oars and a little Cantu. And we'll talk about nurseries and Lowe's and Home Depot, which we're doing right now, selling garden products, as well as Ace. So Ace, these are luxury hardware stores that sell gardening products and services. So all of us that have parents that are about to retire, that graduated from college, are we interested in paying our parents